jump all around me. A gut feeling, a gut steaming. Go, 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 go. Gotta keep on moving, baby. Beating crazy.
Alrighty, and with that, let's get this show on the road. Let's get rid of you, though. Because tonight we are playing more Yuri Nurses. And we all know exactly what we're in for. Yandere Senpai. That is loud as hell.
シマリスさんチーム。白衣性恋愛症候群。ディスラピー。
I know one of these is supposed to be it. Come on. Come on, you're supposed to be working. Nurse love syndrome. Come on. There we go. There you are. Alrighty. So on the last episode of Dragon Ball Z, we finished up Purple Girl's route. Her good ending was very sweet and lovely. It was a very nice and cathartic ending. I was gonna say release, but that would have been way too close. Her bad ending, pretty depressing, pretty fucked up. But I mean, we got a glimpse into her sadistic side too. We got a glimpse into Kaori's sadism. It's like, wait a minute. And now we're on now we're doing Senpai's routes. We're on her good route right now. We're trying to figure out what we're gonna be doing with that. And yeah, that's where we're gonna be at. We're going to do Yandere. That was alright. Yandere Senpai. This is where we left off. I see the familiar outline of a room come into vision. I'm in my room, aren't I? I slowly pick myself up and look around. 40.2k. Couldn't work during the weekend. You were in a hotel? No problemo. My mind wanders to the girl from my dream. You're almost halfway to VIP.
あなたは何がしたいの？私にもわかるように教えなさい。
I hold the alarm in my hands tight. What in the world was that dream? Got 420 points for your watch streak. Nice. Your name changed color very slightly, and it's a little weird. Lions can't roar, silly. Why does she have to be so mean the moment I step into her room? Yeah, you. It changed from like red to a peach color. It's weird. Boo, outer orbit is here. You're late. You're all late, by the way. You're all late. You know my stream started at midnight, right? Why are you all late?
はいはい。この病院は人手が足りてないんですものね。いちいち言い訳を聞くのも疲れるので、交換するならさっさと交換して出て行ってくださいますか。
If you don't want me to make excuses, don't force me to. Still red. That's weird. Who knows? I quickly change her drip bottle and bow my head. You were here 10 minutes ago. Miss Sakai's quip stabs at me before the door closes. I'm battered, bruised, and beaten down. You were on Reddit? That's no excuse. Reddit fucking sucks. Now you know about cucking. I don't know how that would be a thing, and frankly, I am disgusted. That is fair. Hello, Portal fan. This is no time to be feeling sorry for myself. Yamanouchi seems really busy with other work today, so I've got to do the best I can. All to get closer to the day I get to work with Senpai again.
沢井さん、酒井さんの状態はどう？いつもの通りです。そう。
What's wrong with cucking? If you're the bull, nothing. If you're the dude watching, it's a little sad. The chief has an awkward expression on. I must have gotten across just how much Miss Sakai complained, right? The chief quickly slams the alarm on her desk off.
主任さん、そのアラームは一体？303号室の加藤さんのターゲスよ。山之内さんは手が離せないからお願いしてもいい？2mlでいいのだけれど。
When I ask that with a curious look, the chief furrows her brows unpleasantly. Imagine being the bull and watching the poor guy just sit there. That's the point. That's what makes being the bull better. Oh no, did I tick her off?
ターゲス、1日血糖測定のことでしょ。朝昼晩の食前食後と眠前、合計7回採血して血糖を測定すること。
Why are we starting my stream talking about cucking when we're going down a yandere route? Come on, guys. What if I prefer to not be the bull? Oh, I'm sorry. We take the patient's blood. Oh, she said that.
糖尿病の診断基準にもなるし、これで治療の効果のほどを見るの。分かったら行きなさい。はい、行ってきます。
Apparently there's some girls who like the guys to be loved. Other don't know if that's more sad or not. I mean, cuckolding and cuckoldress is something that I will never understand. So I pick up the tray of necessary equipment that Yamanouchi had prepared and hurry out of the nurse's station. This is a blood sugar test. That means Mr. Kato has diabetes, right? I'll give his medical record a look over later. That sounds dangerous.
失礼します。加藤さん、ちょっと採血いいですか？
おう、昼食後2時間のやつだね。いいよ。
じゃあ腕を出してくださいますか？
You know that diabetic people pee is sweet? I believe it.
したから今度は左だね。
I go around to his left side and put the tourniquet on his left upper arm. Alright, I have a clear view of his veins. Pull the bandage from today's previous blood sample and prepare my needle. Blood sampling isn't my strong suit, but I can't let him see that on my face. I don't want to worry him, so I maintain a smile. How did people figure that out? Do you really have to ask? Mr. Kato turns his face away and shudders. Looks like this grown man is afraid of getting his blood drawn, even though it's only a mere 2 milliliters. Alright, so the best place to draw blood from is the middle vein at the elbow joint. Yep, I gotta disinfect it with alcohol first. My heart starts to race. I inject the needle. Wait, what? There's no blood. Did I miss his blood vessel? Move the needle's tip just a little bit. Uh-oh. Mr. Kato hops up in his bed. Delicious. Getting blood drawn is so weird. Yeah. I quickly pull the needle out, and when I do, blood starts to pour out. I hate how incompetent this girl is. Blood drips out from Mr. Kato's arm, and then the area around where I inserted the needle is swollen in a bluish black color. I hate you. I hate you. English not your first language? Nice. Oh, where are you from? Getting chastised brings me back to my senses. A hand reaches out from the side and pulls the tourniquet off of Mr. Kato's arm. Look up to see that the chief is holding down the thrashing Mr. Kato. Chile, you wanna dox me? I push a thick alcohol swab onto where I injected Mr. Kato. The chief seals it in place with tape, then quickly wipes down the blood with another alcohol swab.
加藤さん、申し訳ありません。少し腫れてしまったので、跡が残ると思いますが、1週間ほどで吸収されるので。
This girl's about to get the scolding of her life, and she deserves it.
あなたも謝って。
Granted, Spanish language is lost on me. Grandpa came from Bolivia. Oh. Look at Mr. Kato while fighting back tears. After a bit of an awkward expression, Kato turns away.
もし痛みが長引くようなら遠慮なくおっしゃってください。沢井さん、アルメン持ってきて。
Cowdy is about to get some verbal thrashing. I rush back to the nurse's station, grab some swabs, and come back to the patient's room.
持ってきました。見ていなさい、沢井さん。
Yeah, idiot. This is how you draw blood. Thank you very much for the raid, Yomi Bob. How are you doing? How was your stream? I would have tuned into your stream, but I was taking a nap. She then sticks her needle into the bloated blood vessel, takes off the tourniquet, and holds the alcohol swab over the hole as she pulls the syringe out. Ever been there? Sorry for the small raid. It was like, got a raid. No problemo. You can, chill here now. Wait, it's over already? She pulls it off so quickly that I just stand there, mouth agape.
さすが主任さんだね。新人さんも頑張って採血上手になるんだよ。
Kato speaks out of consideration for me. Thank you very much for the follow, Sako Shizuko. Thank you. Hello, Wakey. How are you doing? Otome game? No, it is not. It's a Yuri game. It is a visual novel about cute nurses, and one of them is a murderer, probably. But got people talking about how they're gonna go on vacation soon. Its kindness hurts instead. Another follower. Thank you, Nair Dark, for the follow. I almost wish he insulted me instead.
Yeah, I'll be like a lion and eat the genitals first. Whoa! What?
I'm so glad that we got all 3 different follower alerts within like a minute. Thank you for the follow, Wakey channel. Thank you very much. Dungeon Raider 5, thank you for the follow. See, you raided with 2, but 4 people followed. What's up with that? Got a lot of lurkers over there? Twitch be lying. Exactly. Exactly. I've never been, honestly, I've never been outside of the country, so you guys talking about how you guys want to go to Chile and Santiago sounds like a lot of fun. How do I set different alerts? You could do it through the Streamlabs website. You could set it up so that you have different variations for all of your alerts. Evans to Betsy. Yamanouchi is blown away too. And she should be. Who would mess up drawing such a tiny amount of blood? Failed to join the raid, so you had to find the stream by typing the username. Well, thank you for the follow, Dungeon Raider. For some reason, your name didn't come up with the rest of the names. There we go. Never been outside of the country. You could probably go to Canada. I could, yeah. I mean, I've been to Seattle, and then I lived in Iowa for a little while, and I'm living in New Jersey, like 30 minutes outside of New York City. I could go pretty much anywhere if I wanted. Gilgamesh, yeah. How depressing. My lack of ability is no one's fault but my own, but it's hard to accept myself. I know I should. I used the Gilgamesh as one of my alerts because in my usual gameplay, I'm listening to music and Gilgamesh is in my playlist. Because I actually love Gilgamesh's music. Been in Cali for your entire life? I'm so sorry. Half a world apart from home, but it felt so human. Yeah. Though I'm back in my room, it's still evening. I sent Senpai a text a while ago, but she hasn't responded yet. She must be on the clock right now. Remember, she told me that when there's an operation, the whole ward revolves around it. And I did happen to overhear that there'd be a big operation starting in the afternoon while I was in the outpatient ward today. Drunk! What countries in Europe? A lot of them. So she'll probably be late tonight. Spain, France, Italy, Greece. Ooh. I absently stare out the window. It's still light out. I can't wait to go traveling after COVID is over. Yeah, I gulped right next to the mic. Gonna go to Discord. Got it, boss. Thank you for stopping by, and thank you for the follow. Probably the only one that big. That's fair. I'd wandered to the station, bought a ticket, and followed the flow of the people all the way to Kanakura. Then when I wandered around downtown, I came across a big bookstore. This might just be God telling me to study. I don't know if there is a God, but if I'm gonna study, then it's gotta be now. Mr. Kato's strained smile floats up in my mind again with how he didn't get angry at me when I failed to draw his blood. Yeah, if I had blown it with that blood sample, Mr. Kato would have kept his smile. And Yamanouchi, well, she was a little bit stunned, but she didn't yell at me. She told me to keep at it. I know she'll watch me grow. Ahem. Yeah, where's Schnizuka? He's slacking right now. They own Chile. Hella England used to own America. Yeah. Like centuries before. Yeah. I've got to study. And you guys got to study too. I browsed the medical texts bookshelf, and before I knew it, gonna work for 10 minutes, got it. My ears do look floofy. Thank you. Just bringing the books back to the station has left my palms red. I'm so dumb. I should have just used the store's delivery service. This is fine. This is totally okay. Bringing them home like this means I can read them as soon as I get back. Never really gotta study. I can't always depend on Yamanouchi and the chief. Senpai's doing her best down in the surgical ward, so I've got to work even harder and catch up to her as fast as I can. I step out of Yorigahama Station and stumble towards my dorm. Ah, my arms feel like they're gonna fall off. Then I notice the dim light of the convenience store. I look at the books in my arms, then at the store. Something's felt familiar. That's pretty cool. Senpai, I really am a big dummy. Even though I'd already had ridiculously heavy books in my hands, I stopped by the store to buy your favorite beer. I'm almost in tears over my own foolishness, or rather, my spirit in the face of adversity? Yeah, let's go with that. Maybe I'm like a newlywed wife, like you said. I've chilled your favorite beer! Unfortunately, I couldn't manage to bring over any snacks. Then the thought hits me. Shouldn't I have just put these books down in my room, then gone to the store? You know what? This is fine. All these books and Senpai's beer, they're incredibly heavy, and my arms feel like they're gonna break. But it's totally fine. My heart is really light. Want to go to Europe someday? Yeah, me too. I want to go to Germany during Oktoberfest. I managed to stumble my way back to the dorm. After just a little bit more, I'll make it to the elevator. Nimotsu means luggage. Or I look up to see Senpai right in front of me. We've been on the sphere, but to Mexico, Jamaica. Well, you're still been further than me. Looked at the sea and said, I can't imagine to see yet it feels familiar. Yeah, right? Senpai seems tired because she doesn't have on her usual smile. Oh, Senpai may be Senpai, but she's still a new staff member in her ward. I wonder if she's kind of like me. I know very little Japanese. I have been trying to teach myself, but there's a lot that I still don't know, and I've been shirking my Japanese studies because I've been streaming so much. Oof. Well, I may be a newbie, but if someone as considerate as Senpai is saying something so hurtful, work in the surgical ward must be awfully rough. Conversation stalls. Why don't we do streams where you learn Japanese? Because I am not a good teacher when it comes to language learning. I speak in a very roundabout way, so the way I teach is not very good. I don't use Duolingo. I do Lingodeer. Lingodeer is better for Japanese, so I've been told. Or rather, all of the Eastern Asian languages is better for. Friend that'll teach you Japanese for 15k points. To be honest, I want to invite her to my room, but I should pass and let her rest easy tonight, for Senpai's sake. But when I see her turn back to me like that, well, it hurts a little. She silently gets on the elevator and silently gets off of it. When it reaches the 4th floor, I step off too. Yeah, the background music is really nice. It's got a good soundtrack. I glance at my hands and feel a rush of disappointment. I should have handed her the beer I bought for her when I had the chance. No, it's fine. It's the flow of conversation, so you can talk about someone else. Like, I don't like it when it's brought up unnaturally. Like, the flow of right now you two are talking about learning Japanese and you mentioned, oh, I know someone that can teach Japanese. It's okay to talk about that person because that's the flow of conversation. If you were to just pop in and be like, hey, I know someone that, can do a handstand, come watch their stream, I'd be like, shut the fuck up. So you can go right ahead. I pick up the phone, I put on my bed.
渚先輩かな。
Hot Dog Anime? I have not heard of them. I probably need to check them out. Fortunately, there's an email address I don't recognize on the screen. I wonder if it's some spam. There's no title though. That's odd. I suspiciously open the email. I'm always watching you.
何？
That's all the message says. The lifeless words are incredibly unsettling. The phone suddenly rings in my hand. Another email. The address is the same as this one. It's one I don't recognize at all. And there's no title either. This isn't something I want to open. I shouldn't read it. Part of my heart rings those alarm bells, but I open it anyway. It's like reading a dumbass creepypasta. An unfamiliar email address, no title. And the email itself? Alcoholic. You can't escape. I'm always watching you. Messages come one after another, and they're all from the same email address. I unconsciously push the call button. To hearing the phone pick up, a soft voice embraces me.
どうしたのこんな遅くに。
I feel so relieved at tranquil voice that tears well up.
渚先輩！渚先輩！助けて！どうしたの？
I'm telling you, Nagisa is the one that's sending her these messages. She's the one that's fucking with her. It's gotta be. She's gotta be. I hurry to open the door.
沢井、大丈夫？
Senpai runs through the door and I fling my arms around her.
ごめんなさい、渚先輩。疲れてるの分かってるのに、私、渚先輩しか頼れない。
This is exactly what Senpai wants to have happen.
バカね、そんなことはいいの。
One guy with a 10-minute mail just being an asshole. No, because the working theory right now is that these silent phone calls and now these harassing email messages are coming from her so that she falls into her arms for protection. Because we already know that she's Yandere. Just how far will she go? Senpai gently wipes the tears caking my cheeks. Alright, I gotta get that redeemed. Hella possessed. Yeah, that's what we're trying to figure out. Her gentle fingers make me feel relief from the bottom of my heart.
私のこと見てるって逃げられないって大丈夫大丈夫だからね私がついてるから大丈夫だよ
She reassures me again and again, like she's chanting a spell. She pats my back like she would an infant's and calms me down.
大丈夫私が沢井を守ってあげるからだからそんなに泣かないでね渚先輩少し落ち着いた
She's looking at me with a gentle smile. Embarrassment slams into me.
私恥ずかしいこんなに
Light
取
blue
り乱さ
background
な
that
い
fades to white, looking from a viewer who is slightly below. There's a stain from my tears on Senpai's shoulder. I hurry to wipe it off with my pajama sleeve, but it won't go away.
本当にごめんなさい服まで汚してしまってそんなの気にしないでどうせ乾くしこんなの平気
When I see Senpai's smile, I finally calm down.
よかった沢井が笑顔になってくれてごめんなさい渚先輩疲れてるのに謝ってばっかりね私は沢井が頼ってくれて嬉しかったけどねでも渚先輩帰ってきたばかりだし疲れてるはずなのに私こんなに甘えて
Senpai slowly shakes her head.
沢井だからいいの沢井だからいつでもいくらでも甘えてくれていいのよ
Her gentle smile and soothing words slowly put my frightened heart in order.
本当にもちろんじゃあ渚先輩ん
I know Senpai is exhausted, being in a new environment and getting used to all sorts of things, but
じゃあ朝まで一緒にいてくれますか
I'm so selfish. But if Senpai will accept me, well, I was going to back off if she looked even a little hesitant. Yes. You just missed it, Shniziga. We got a series of harassing email messages, and then we asked Senpai for help. She just smiles.
しょうがないな。シングルベッドは狭いけど、一緒に寝てあげる。何よ、その顔は。自分で言い出しておいて、やっぱりいいですとか言わないわよね。でも、迷惑じゃないんですか？迷惑だったら最初からそう言うわよ。私の性格知ってるでしょ？
She spoils me with that gentle smile. The way she beams hasn't changed since high school.
渚先輩!
Overcome with emotion, I throw my arms around her. I dive into her with such force that she staggers back a little. Random phone calls and harassing emails, and that's totally... Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's 100% Nagisa. She giggles with a mischievous grin. Whoa. I can't help giggling either. She beams right back at me. I really do love Senpai. I lent Senpai one of my t-shirts to wear for pajamas, and we both snuggle into my bed. It's small. I can feel Senpai's warmth right next to me. I reach my hand out. No, I don't even need to touch her. That's how close she is to me right now. Leo Dubia Senpai? To some people. I have a lot more Senpais than I have Kohai. Close enough to her to feel her breath. Close enough for our bare feet to touch. Oh, they know what I like. Senpai is smiling at me. I fidget around as I bring myself closer to her. Feet and toes and toes and feet.
沢井は人に恨まれるような子じゃない。それは私が保証してあげる。でも、ほら、もう気にしないの。私がそばにいてあげるから。これからもずっと守ってあげるから。
That's exactly what I was getting at. A gentle sensation on my forehead. Wait, is this?
よく聞くおまじないよ。
A spell?
沢井が何も怖がらずによく眠れますように。
She grins mischievously.
渚先輩。
My face is really hot. I don't need to look in a mirror to tell that my face is really red. My cheeks heat up and my heart begins to race. It's so loud that Senpai might just hear it.
余計眠れなくなっちゃった？
As she laughs, I hug her tight.
最強のおまじないです。よかった。ずっとそばにいるから安心して眠っていいのよ。沢井は私が絶対守るから。
Hearing Senpai's reassuring words and being wrapped by her gentle arms, I fall into a warm slumber. What? There it is again. I'm having that dream again. That same girl is standing in front of me. She's staring at me. Her face neutral. I don't know, she looks pretty pissed right now. Who? Me? I think about it. But no matter how much I think, I can't see what the girl means. The girl ignores my question and keeps saying more or less the same thing. What does she mean? The girl lets out a forlorn smile. Her condescending words and that expression really irk me.
わけがわからないわ。
I sound a lot harsher than I mean to.
私は目に見えるものしか信じない。今までもそうだったし、これからもそうするつもりよ。
Girl's just staring at me with pitying eyes.
逃げていては何も解決しないの。壁は乗り越えるためにあるものだから。
I have no idea what she means. What can I say to get through to her? What the heck is happening? What the heck? What?
私には壁なんてない。
Is my mouse messed up a little bit or something? That was weird. What could be causing that? Huh. I don't know what that is about. Huh. Maybe the game is starting to fuck with me or something. Nah, that can't be. It's probably my mouse or something. I find myself shouting. The girl just looks at me with pitying eyes. So I say it again.
今の状況が壁だというのなら、私は乗り越えてみせるだけ。私は今までそうやってきたわ。
The girl giggles.
あなたがそう思うならそれでいいわ。
Leaving those cryptic words behind, the girl vanishes, without letting me say anything, without either of us understanding each other.
かわいい寝顔。
When I'm gathering information in the nurse's station before morning reports, Yamanouchi slips right up to me.
見たで。なんですか急に。
It does give off big Yandere vibes. Yeah, yeah. When I see that creepy smile, I step back a
藤
bit.
沢と同伴出勤やなんて。意外と大胆なことやりよるな、シンジ。ゆうべはお楽しみやった？
My face erupts.
その反応、かわいい。お楽しみって、別に朝一緒になっただけで。
I go beet red and quickly lower my face, trying to get the documents in my hands together. I'm too shaken, however, and I drop the notes in my hands. Ah, why am I so dumb? Quotable.
うろたえまくりで初々しいな。うちらにもあんな時代はあったんかな。なあ、主任。
Yamanouchi passes on the conversation to the chief. I gulp and timidly look up at her. Our eyes meet for a moment, but the chief looks away as if nothing had happened.
皆さん、おしゃべりはそこまで。申し送りを始めます。
Or if it wasn't for the whole killing thing, maybe if it was toned down a couple notches.
はい、おはようございます。
But I'm not ready yet. Yamanouchi's just joining in on the reports like nothing happened. And as the chief turns her harsh eyes on me, I quickly prepare to take notes.
では、夜勤さん、お願いします。
I've got to pull it together. Today, I'm going to do my best. I pump myself up and listen to the night shift nurse's reports. Confirm I have a very strange attraction to Yandere. Finally, lunchtime. I eat the handmade lunch I made with Senpai this morning. This is the best. When we made this lunch together, I realized how good a cook Senpai is. I was just there. All I did was hand her ingredients, and she made most of the lunch. And when I think of that,
渚先輩の手作り弁当。
I grin a little bit. And when I grin, I realize I've eaten most of it. This is Senpai's handmade lunch. I should have taken more time to savor it.
何を百面相しているのよ、あなたは。
I look up to see the chief, delivery lunchbox in hand, standing in exasperation.
主任さんも今からですか？
Our lunch breaks are held in shifts of 45 minutes. people on the second half of the break go in after the people from the first half come out. I thought today's first half I was Yamanouchi and myself.
山之内さんが先に入れないとのことだから、これ以上お昼の時間を延ばしても仕方がないでしょ。
Oh. She sits in front of me and starts eating. I quietly turn my eyes away from her. I felt really close to the chief before Senpai went off to the surgical ward, but after she left, I felt distance between us. Though I'm at fault for spacing out and not actually doing my job. But I'm going to set it all right. I'm going to do my best from here on out. I wonder if I do that, the chief will talk to me as normal instead of yelling at me.
個人のプライベートのことをいろいろと言うつもりはないのだけれど。
My heart leaps when she comes out of nowhere and says that. I look up to see that her eyes are right on
職場
me.
恋愛もいいけれど、一人前になってからすることね。
Feels like someone's dumped a bucket of ice water on top of me.
ごちそうさま。
That was fast. The chief has already finished her meal, and after packing up her box, she starts to leave the break room. That was too fast.
私は仕事があるから戻るけれど、あなたはちゃんと時間通り休憩してから出てきなさい。
Then, without turning back to face me, she leaves the break room. I didn't expect to get a
職
chief
場恋愛もいいけれ
thing
ど、一人前になってからす
in
る。
Nagisa's route. I can't get those words out of my head. I get it. I think the chief is right. I'm still a novice nurse, but there I was, filling my head with love and neglecting my work. Of course she'd say that to me. But even if my mind understands it, it's still a huge shock. I look down at my lunchbox on my lap. The lunch Senpai made for me. I felt so warm inside just a while ago, but now I feel as cold as can be.
食べなきゃ。
I don't know how it tastes, but I can't leave any of it uneaten. My beloved Senpai made it just for me. I've got to eat it. I've got to taste it. Aw? Why am I tearing up? But I've got to work hard. I've got to do my best. But I can cry a little now, right? When no one's looking? When I won't worry Senpai?
どうぞ。
失礼します。
Miss Sakai is staring out the open window from her
じゃ
bed.
あ点滴交換しますね。
Poisoned and then she'll have to save her life. No
沢
answer.
井さん、あの人と仲がいいんですか？
あの人？
I look at Miss Sakai. I'm not sure who she's referring to.
外科に行った藤沢さん。今朝、一緒に出勤してたみたいですけど。
That clues me in that she's talking about Senpai. No kidding!
ああ、渚先輩。藤沢さんはね、私の高校の時の先輩で。で、どうしてそんなことを聞くの？
Why are you asking that, you bitch? All I did was ask a question, but she falls silent and looks away.
どうかしたの？
Miss Sakai just silently watches the sea. She always ignores what I say, so I quietly switch her IV bottle and adjust the drip speed.
私、あの人嫌い。
Wait, is she talking about
あ
Senpai?
の人、できることをしないから。
I stop working when I hear that and look at her.
できないことの言い訳ばかりで、できるかもしれないことをやりもしない。看護師として、あるまじき存在です。
This is her weird way of competing with her and saying, like, I'm better than Senpai, love me instead. We only know that because we did the good route already. Harsh words. I start to quiver and go cold, as if she were talking about me. But this is no time to be reeling in shock. I've got to say something.
でも、渚先輩すごくいい人だよ。
あなたバカですか？ここはあなたたちにとっての職場でしょ？仕事をしてもらう対価として私たち患者はお金を払っているんです。
That's rough.
その人がいい人かどうかなんて関係ありません。私たち患者の望む 100%
Is everyone
の
like
サービスを
secretly in
提
love
供
with
で
this
きるか
very
どうかが問題
ditzy
なんです。
nurse? I don't know. That's, well, it was kind of explained in her route why she was in love with her. Nagisa's Yandere, and then Ami fell in love with us because we were very close to her and she wanted an One-chan, so there was that. And then Yamanouchi, we kind of forced it. We were the ones that fell in love with Yamanouchi, and Yamanouchi reciprocated. So we had to work for Best Girl. And then the chief, we still don't know yet. We still don't know about the chief yet. She's the only one that it's kind of questionable, because the rest of them are natural. Portal fan has returned. Thank you. She probably has a point. We tend to think that all we need to do is the work we're ordered to, and there's a lot of work that's actually like that. Got to say BRB, no worries. The patients can't actually be satisfied by us only fulfilling our basic assigned duties. I mean, I know with my head that our patients want medical service from us. That includes medical knowledge, skill in blood sampling and injections, communication, the managerial skill to keep them comfortable while they'll stay in the hospital. I thought she loved her the whole time. Ah, nah. Their requests are varied and broad. But at the very least, I know I can't give service at our patient's bedside that they'll be 100% satisfied with.
外科に行ったあの人も、そこに突っ立ってるだけのあなたも、その点で私は全く尊敬できません。尊敬以前にちゃんとした看護師だとも思っていませんけど。
Alright, we get it. You're an asshole. Shut up. Miss Sakai's words are terribly cold. They're very cold, but they're also right. Nursing may be a specialized technical job, but it's also a service job. And if I'm not a satisfactory level in technique or service, of course I'm gonna get chewed out.
終わったらさっさと出てってくれませんか。邪魔です。
失礼しました。
Miss Sakai is right. She's right, but that's what makes it so depressing. The 14th, he said? It's Monday? I could do that. What an exhausting day. I drop into bed without even changing. I really just want to fall asleep right now, but I think back to what Miss Sakai told me. That just reminded me, I had a really good nap. I slept for like 2 hours. But it was a kind of sleep where I was still kind of awake, so I could like... Because I fell asleep to a few streamers. I fell asleep to Lore, and then she raided someone, and then they raided someone, and then they raided someone, and I woke up to someone that I didn't like, and I'm like, okay. Time to wake up.
ここはあなたたちにとっての職場でしょ。仕事をしてもらう対価として私たち患者はお金を払っているんです。その人がいい人かどうかなんて関係ありません。私たち患者の望む 100% のサービスを提供できるかどうかが問題なんです。
I feel so down. I don't think she could hit me with a better pinpoint criticism. I start to tear up. Often end up in completely random streams. Yeah. It happens to me all the time. Started seeing VTubers I thought I would be a weird bug for sleeping streams. I mean, there are some good people with lovely voices to fall asleep to. And usually they'll choose people around that as well. Let's see. Oh, it's doing that again. My bad. That's gotta be my mouse. That can't not be my mouse. My mouse is on the older side. I squirm up from my bed. I've graduated and gotten my license, but all I've done is stand on the starting line. I've gotta thank Miss Sakai for making me realize that. Alright, time to study. I may lack experience, but I can at least hammer knowledge about our patients' diseases into my head. Marky, I think if you knew him... well, Marky came in earlier. I don't know Marky, but Marky came into the stream earlier and followed. Uh-oh. Senpai's name is displayed on the screen.
はい。あ、沢井？私今から帰るんだけどね。よかったら今日そっち行ってもいい？渚先輩。今更衣室なんだけど、何か買ってくのがあれば買ってくわよ。
Ah, the ringtone. I know. I hesitate to answer for a moment. Drinking with Senpai is always really fun. We chat all night and eat snacks, and if we sleep together again, I would love that. But...
私、今日は勉強しようと思います。だから、ごめんなさい。
My voice might have seemed a little sad because Senpai sounds worried.
沢井？どうかした？何かあったの？
After hesitating a little, I decide to tell her.
今日酒井さんに看護師として尊敬できないって言われたんです。酒井さん、いい人だろうがなんだろうが。
Wonder if you're right about Senpai, how will we figure it out? Slip up and call. I don't know.
私ちょっと悩んでしまって。
I don't know. I'm waiting for it. We'll figure it out.
今までは知識や経験
She might just come out straight and tell us.
一生懸命に接すること
Or that might be the bad
で
ending.
考えて
Who knows?
たんですけど、
Bad ending is that Senpai kills us or something.
最初はそれでいいと思うよ。でも患者さんは安らぎを求めて病院に来てるわけじゃないじゃないですか。酒井さんの言うことももっともだと思うんです。患者さんは看護師にいい人であることを求めてるわけじゃない。
Getting killed by Senpai. Hype!
看護師はちゃんとした看護師であることを求められてる。そんなの当たり前ですよね。今まで
She killed everyone but you. That would also be hype.
私看護師失格ですよね。それはそうだけど、でもね、サバイ、看護師って言っても中身は普通の女の子なのよ。休みたいし遊びたいし恋だってしたいって思って当然じゃない。でも今の私は職場では半人前にすらなってなくて、採血だって一人でできなくて、免許を持ってて白衣を着てるだけのハリボテ看護師なんです。
She kills herself because she wants you inside her so badly? That's what happens in nurse love addiction.
一人前にはまだなれなくても、
It happens in the
せめて
sequel.
半人前にはなりたい。
In one of the bad endings, spoilers. In Nurse Love Addiction, the sequel to this game, one of the bad endings is that the girl that you're in love with dies. So you, the main character, eat her. So you can stay with her forever. You keep her body in a fridge and you fucking put her human meat into your lunches and shit. That's the bad ending. It's fucking weird. Alright, no more spoilers. That's why I was expecting this game to get super, super weird, but it hasn't gotten that weird yet, and now that Nagisa is a yandere, I'm excited for it to get to that level. Halfway through when you said eat her, yes. Yeah, it was the bad end. It was the bad end. Right now we're going for the good end.
じゃあそういうわけなので。
Senpai understood. She really is the senpai I know. Now that said, I've got to work hard at my studies and be able to work with senpai as soon as I can, and for some reason, I feel a string of silent phone calls coming in tonight. It's the fucking worst ending. Yeah, it kinda was. Huh? I'd fallen asleep. I wake up finding myself sprawled out on my desk. Ugh, my body aches all over. Look at the clock to see that it's already past midnight. Is that my phone? Oh, what did I say? What? I just said this was gonna happen. Again? A call from an unknown number this late at night? Nope. I'm not gonna ignore it. No, I'm going to ignore it. Now I've got a message. Might just be from Senpai. Maybe I'll take a quick look at it. When I reach out the phone, it chirps again with another message. I open it up and take a look at the inbox. I'm always watching you. I gasp at the text. Alcoholic. You're not getting away. I won't let you. Unlike the emails with no titles, this one I can tell from the title what awaits for me inside. This is something I shouldn't see. It's something I mustn't look at. I impulsively throw my phone away. This is terrifying. This is too scary. Why? What is going on? Because Senpai is pissed at you. What did I do to deserve this? I want to turn off my phone, but I feel like I'm bound by something and can't move. I don't know who's doing this, or why. But does someone have it in for me? Yes. Does someone hate me enough to want to kill me? Yes, her name is Senpai. That's a red herring. Is it him? No, it probably isn't him. It's It's probably someone I don't know. The fear of not knowing who you're dealing with sinks in. An incomprehensible black shadow tries to pull me into itself. Someone save me! Someone help me! I scream, but no sound comes out. There are eyes out there, eyes I can't see, and they're terrifying. The hostility is terrifying. I don't want to see this anymore. I reach out to turn off my phone, but when I see the title of the other message, I stop. I pick up the phone and open the email. The title says, "Hang in there." And the message says, "Studying hard? Hey, try to make sure you don't wear yourself out. Sleep tight, and let's chat again sometime." It's Senpai's message, filled with cute emojis. I finally make a sound. My voice pours out from the back of my throat. I called this 20 hours ago. I knew this was it. I wanted to say it'll be alright. I wanted to say that she'll be by my side, that it'll be alright. I wanted to touch me with those gentle hands. Senpai. Senpai. I hold on to my phone tight and keep on crying. Does bitch kill anyone yet? No, but we've all but confirmed the fact that the Yandere is harassing our main character here. It hasn't been explicitly confirmed, but it's very, 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 very heavily foreshadowed. I don't like that subject. Possible foreshadowing. Yes. It's that dream again. And the usual girl stands in front of me. I put my hand to my cheek to feel wet tears. I was crying? The girl reaches out to my cheek. Her cold hand gently touches me. This is... my mouse is fucking up. The girl listens to me, her face neutral. I'm a little sad that she won't react, but I'm glad that I have someone to listen to me. Or maybe it's my controller. It was my controller. It was my Xbox controller. It wasn't my mouse. That's better. You give her the tongue-twisting taint tickler 2000, she won't be able to move for a while, so I can buy you some time. Eat her ass into submission.
ずっと憧れてて、やっと追いついたと思ったら、また引き離されちゃって、ずっとへこんでたの。でも、私、頑張ろうって思ったのよ。頑張ろうって思うまでに、いろんな人に迷惑かけちゃったけど。でも、私はまだまだダメダメで、その度にへこんじゃうの。こんなダメダメな私じゃ、渚先輩にふさわしくないって思ったら、もっとへこんじゃって。本当はそばにいてほしいのに。そばにいて、なんて。
Not emoting in any way, the girl just keeps on looking up at me.
あなたの人生よ。あなたの思う通りに生きればいいわ。
When I look down to her in curiosity, she is already gone. Oh, and Noah, if you're still there. One of the, well, bad news about the Basho. One of the sumo stables is, like, almost fully infected with COVID, so everybody from that stable is not going to be attending, and that includes, our man Azumariu. I feel like I wasn't half bad on the job today. Yamanouchi complimented me, and the chief didn't scold me. Miss Sakai complained at me again. Oops. But then again, that's nothing new for her.
私だってやるときはやるんだから。
I pull a book out of my bag. It's an old book on pathophysiology that the chief commanded me to study up on. It has plenty of illustrations, so I think I can handle it. And what's even better, it looks like the chief had studied in this book a lot back in the day, because it's got the important sections underlined and notes in the margins. I got to read through it quickly and send it back to the chief. Now, the book's a little heavy, so I didn't have the energy in me to stop by the bookstore on the way. That's why I'm headed for the store now. Because if I get lazy and hang out, I'm not gonna have any dinner tonight, or breakfast tomorrow. I really should have some emergency food around the house for situations like these. When I get down on the ground floor, I know... Well, what's going on there, Senpai? What's up? You okay over there, buddy? Maybe because of the lighting, but Senpai's face looks pale. I wonder if she's tired.
渚先輩、今日は珍しく早いんですね。
That wasn't a dead
手術
giveaway.
とかなかったんですか？
Senpai shoots me a harsh look when I speak to her. Huh? Without saying a word to me, Senpai steps into the elevator. Did I say something to deserve that glare? I just said she was home early today, right? I didn't say anything I shouldn't have, right? Anxiety starts to creep into my heart.
私、何か渚
She's probably just in a really bad mood.
ようなこと言っちゃった。
For a moment, I want to chase after her, but she seemed really exhausted, and that ship kinda sailed. I'll just give her a call or a text later. Yeah. After mulling over what to do for a bit, I settle on going to the store as planned. Oh, my phone. I instantly regret popping open my phone. You should just die. Something creeps up from my feet. Come on, Senpai, what's your issue? Red, warm blood, gushing freely. My fingers suddenly grow cold. Someone is calling me. I might end up like her, dead and covered in blood. Covered in... blood. My body dashes. I see a tiny light in front of me. I have to get into it. I have to get into the light. Someone's in front of me. It's a man.
危ないな。ってあんた顔色悪いけど大丈夫か？
The man reaches over to me. His face contorts. My shoulder is grabbed. I'm going to be a bloody mess, just like her.
Hi. 暑いから気をつけて。
Huh? A soft, quiet voice. Where am I? I feel something warm in my hand and pick up the scent of honeyed milk. I'm holding a mug in both hands. It's my favorite mug.
大丈夫？
主任さん、
Sheev's face is the first thing I see. She looks worried.
どうして？ここは私の部屋。
The chief has a gentle smile on. She has her warm hands wrapped around mine, making sure I don't drop my mug.
コンビニの店員さんから病院に連絡があったの。あなたが店先でパニックを起こしているって。
コンビニ。
で、病院から私の元へ連絡が来て、よくわからないながらもコンビニに行ったら、あなたが泣きじゃくっていたのよ。コンビニの店員さん、あなたの顔を覚えていたのね。
申し訳ありません。ご迷惑をおかけして。
本当にね。
I remember being at the store, but those memories are on the other side of some kind of filter and still vague. They don't feel real.
ほら、飲んで。心が落ち着くから。
Oh, the filter on her voice is back? Such a kindly voice. I drop my eyes to the warm cup in my hands. Then I put my lips to it. The sweet taste of honeyed milk fills my mouth. I really appreciate that the chief is so considerate enough to not ask me anything. At the same time, she probably should. I feel the warmth of my beverage and the chief's comfort and kindness heal my body and mind.
今日は私がついていてあげるから、それを飲んで、あなたはもう休みなさい。
でも、ご迷惑なんじゃ。
The chief smiles a little when I say that.
バカね。新人は先輩に迷惑をかけるものでしょ。
Hi back, I'm dead.
そんなことは
Did you hear what I said about our man Zazumaru?
その代わり、あなたが先輩になったら、ちゃんと新人の迷惑を受け入れてあげるのよ。
No. Basically his entire, or rather, an entire stable has been infected with COVID, and it's his stable, so I think the sumo chiefs are going to say nobody from that stable can attend, so our boy is not gonna be at the next basho. Chief is always so strict, but she's boundlessly kind today. Contrast just fills me with joy. Sorry for lurking so long. You can go back to lurking, I don't care. Just use our lurk emotes. That's the same guy that was partying during a basho? No, Abi is the one that partied during the basho. Or no, before the basho. Azumariu, he's notable because he's in the Judo division, the second division right now, and we're kind of a fan of his because, you know, we like our Mongolian men. Contrast just fills me with joy. Or maybe I'm mixing him up with someone else. What's a basho? Oh, it's the sumo tournament that's coming up this Saturday. Every single one of my night streams is going to convert into sumo. Yes, basho like sumo wrestling. With the chief's voice guiding me, my eyelids grow heavy. I feel a soft hand at my forehead. Her gentle fingers stroke my hair. That pours a sense of comfort into me, and I feel more at ease. Yeah, every single one of my streams for the next 2 weeks, starting on Saturday, is going to start at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and it's going to be a couple hours of me fucking around in whatever game. It's going to be chill. It's going to be mostly just chatting while sumo is on in the background. And then at around 2 a.m. is when the Judo division comes on, and that's when we're going to switch gears to just watching the sumo, because that's the top 2 divisions. The chief's voice grows quieter and farther away. I quietly descend deeper into the abyss of sleep. Yukkuri. I shoot my eyes open and lunge up. It's morning already? 1 hour after 12 p.m. is 1 a.m. I mean, 1 p.m. 1 p.m. Because it goes 11 p.m., 12 a.m., 1 a.m. Because on the 24-hour clock, it's 2300, and then 0, 100, 200, 300. Yokozuna. How about the Yokozuna is... because we haven't gotten an update from Kakuryu just yet. Let me ask, actually. The hour hand is already past 9. You're sleeping at that time? Ah, don't worry about it. When I throw my... well, you're not sleeping now, are you? When I throw myself out of bed, a piece of paper flutters on my table. Huh? Wait, what happened to the chief? I pick up the paper fluttering on my table. There's some very business-like writing on it.
今日は有給扱いにします。一日ゆっくりと休んで、明日からまた頑張ってください。
It's 1 a.m. right now. It's 1 a.m. for me right now.
冷蔵庫にサンドイッチとコーヒー牛乳を入れておきます。起きたらちゃんと食べるように。
So when my stream starts at 10 p.m., it's gonna be 4 hours or 3 hours earlier than now. Stream would start 1 hour before now. No, well, my stream tonight started 1 hour ago. Now, minus 2 more hours. So that would be 11 p.m. for you. Time to go to sleep. Got it, Orbit. See you later. Wonder boy, but whatever. See you later. Sing me a lullaby good night. No. Probably see you around 2 hours after your stream starts tomorrow. Got it, boss. I'll be playing Fall Guys tomorrow because someone challenged me. So now I have to play Fall Guys tomorrow with Heidi. She's a sweetie pie. And now I'm being dragged out of retirement 1 day into retirement. Confused as fuck. Yeah, getting the AM and PM is a little confusing, especially when you're tired. Yeah, someone challenged me. And by challenged, I mean she asked me to play with her. The chief wrote this, didn't she? And did she say paid leave? Well, whatever the case, I've got to call the ward. Quickly pull out my phone and call the hospital. The receptionist transfers my call to the ward, but the chief is absent, so Yamanouchi answers the phone. May not be today, it might be tomorrow, but one of those goddamn days you're gonna sing me a lullaby. Maybe during the karaoke stream when I get 75 subscribers for the month of September. She's laughing at me. Pretty crazy how fully the simulacrum has taken hold. I hang up and close my phone. I'm still trying to grasp things, but it looks like I really am off today. Though I do kind of feel like the rumor of what happened are just gonna get weirder as I go through the game of telephone in the hospital. Well, whatchamacallit, a few days ago, I forget what we were talking about, but I was saying to my chat, like, if someone donates $100 right now, I will make a 1 hour long Pillow Talk ASMR video. And it's just me breathing and saying sweet nothings into the microphone as we go to sleep together. Like a fucking fairy tale. The tension all gone, I plopped down on my butt. I let myself lean against my bed and look up at the ceiling. You have $100. They're your earnings to have a better life. And you will have a better life with that video. As I've calmed down, focus starts returning to my mind. 75, that's all I take? No. $100? That's a steal for $75. I can't believe you're gonna make that video for $50. Go the fuck to sleep, as narrated by Leo Dickens. Since I've calmed down, focus starts returning to my mind. What in the world happened yesterday? I quietly put my hand to my chest and think. Men are scary, and yesterday was especially bad. I just looked at a man up close. Why did I think he was going to kill me? What led me to thinking I was going to be killed in the first place? The image of that accident? What was that? The accident I was in years ago? I don't remember it, but I guess my body does. Damn, you need a massage? Did you see the new Meat Canyon video? Hey Charlie, that's a golden ticket right there. Says that you have to give me a massage. I don't want to be a stickler for the rules, but oh, we're not gonna watch it. It's fucking weird. Meat Canyon has some weird videos. My head aches. Then that blood-covered girl appears in my mind. Who was she anyway? Did I know any girls who died in a bloody mess like that? If I did, why don't I remember her? Why does my head hurt so much? Leo Dickinson massage ASMR? Yo, that'd be nice. Come in only to be reminded of Meat Canyon. I'm sorry, Sako. I just lurked earlier, but you reading this visual novel makes me want to dub over memes, but I'll try to be in chat at the same time. Got it, boss. Name of the vid, I want to watch now. Let me actually look it up. You can go look it up. I'm not going to watch it on stream. Meat Canyon. It's called I've Got a Golden Ticket by Meat Canyon. It came out 3 days ago. It's creepy as hell. I know, it's so funny. I love his videos. When I come to, I realize I must have dozed off a bit. It's already evening.
Hi. Delivery desu. Delivery?
I cock my head in curiosity and open the door.
Yo, genki ka? 夕食持ってきたね。
Aw, Yamanouchi.
山之内さん。ちゅうことで、お邪魔します。
Without listening to my answer, Yamanouchi strides into my room.
どうぞ。
Yamanouchi puts up a big shopping bag on my table.
これ差し入れ、うちと主任から。おごりやけど気にすんな。
She sounds like she really wants me to owe her one while saying she doesn't. Classic Yamanouchi.
主任さんからも、しかもこんなにたくさん。アホ、あんた独り占めする気か？うちの分もあるんやけど。
Oh, I figured. Thought the bag was a little big for just my dinner.
ちゅうことで、いただきます。
She tugs on my arm and sits me down at the table. She's rough in handling me, but not without gentleness.
いただきます。
We sup on a convenience store dinner, and when we're drinking our post-meal tea, Yamanouchi casually speaks.
そういや、 ゃあんたしばらく夜勤なしやって。
That's a good idea. Her tone is as casual as you'd mention the weather with, and I almost miss it.
さすがに夜勤中尻餅ついて気絶されてもどうにもならんしな。はい。ま、あんたが夜勤のメンツから抜けたおかげでうちはまた連続夜勤決定。
She grins as she says that and looks like she truly believes it. To me, the night shift is a frightening time. I'm afraid of the night. The hospital is creepy when the sun is down, and since there's less people on staff, I'm always worried about what I'll do if something bad happens during the shift. But Yamanouchi seems different. Night shift seems to mean bigger paydays to her. I've seen her all but celebrating when she switches shifts with other nurses in the station plenty of times. I wonder if I'll manage to think like her someday too. Will the day come when I can honestly say I like the night shift?
夜勤って怖くないですか？なんで？
Yamanouchi looks utterly surprised. I guess she doesn't think it's scary at all.
だって夜勤って怖いじゃないですか。夜勤の何が怖いん？だって夜勤隊はスタッフも少ないし、ドクターだって手薄だし、相談する人もいないし、もし患者さんが急変したらきっと何もできない。そんなんうちかて何もできへんよ。うちらドクターやないんやから。それはそうなんですけど。な、余計なことばっか考えんと自分の仕事やるべきことだけ考えて動けばええねん。
Yeah, she's spitting facts.
うちらは看護師や。なんか起こらんように起こりそうなことを予測して何も起こらんよう先に手を打つんが仕事。なんか起こったら速やかにドクターにバトンタッチ。あとはドクターの指示に従う。それだけでええ。そうなんですか？要は責任の範囲内でできることだけきちっとやればええねん。できんことやれっちゅう方が無理なんや。人間できることしかできん。言うてしまえば最悪の事態さえ引き起こさんかったらええねん。で、その最悪の事態には何があると思う？
Hearing the question, I think of the disasters that can happen in the ward.
インシデントレポートを書くような事態？
Did you watch that new video, Noah?
具体的には？患者さんがベッドから落ちたり、気がついたら呼吸が止まってたり。それだけやないけど、まあそういうことやね。
Oops, I accidentally cut her off. Reverse.
そういう最悪の事態を引き起こさんためには、自分が看護師としてどう動いたらええんか考えたらええ。
What should I do as a nurse to make sure disasters don't happen? This is tough. I feel like there's plenty of mountains I have to climb over before I reach Yamanouchi's level.
まあ焦らんでもおいおいわかる。ドクターもナースも人間。神にはなれんちゅうことがな。
A god?
どうした沢井？何をそんなに。
My cup on the table falls over.
非通知か。ちょっと借りるで。
Yamanouchi scoops up my phone.
もしもし？もしも。切れよった。
Yamanouchi lets out a sigh that puts the phone on the table.
さっきの非通知誰から？わかりません。わからん？わからないんです。いつも非通知で出ても無言だし。非通知着信を拒否する設定は？
Hey, Irie. I am in the team, yes. It was funny because I messaged Silver and he said, or they said, oh yeah, I was actually going to add you to the team today. Thanks for reminding me. And I'm like, oh, cool, nice. Yes, you are just in time. We are getting harassing phone calls from an unknown number and we think it's our Yandere Senpai. Saw the vid. It's so funny. It's so funny. Feel the tension lifting when I see Yamanouchi's expression.
そうですよね。考えてみれば最初から着信拒否にしてればよかったんですよね。まったくもう。なんや？今度はメール？
That was my computer stuttering, not your internet. Don't worry.
かしてまた見るで。
Before I can see anything, Yamanouchi looks at the message.
なんやどうしたんですか？
I peer over Yamanouchi's shoulder to see my phone screen. Die, 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 die. That word fills the subject line and the body of the message. Can't wait to play with. I'm looking forward to it. As I quiver in fear next to her, Yamanouchi gets to opening the other messages. I mentioned already in, yeah, it's, right now the working theory is that our senpai is, well, it's very obvious that she's a yandere, but it hasn't been proven yet, but there's our working theory is that she is sending us harassing emails and phone calls so that we fall into her arms, like, "Senpai, please protect me." And she's like, "Yes, I will protect you forever. Ha 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 ha." As I quiver in fear next to her, Yamanouchi gets to opening the other messages.
すごいなこれ。執念を感じるわ。なかなかやな。
Yeah, yeah, it's
こんなん普通の精神状態でここまでできること
it's exciting because it's the first, like, super weird thing that started to happen in this game. Seeming tired of reading them, Yamanouchi looks up. She grins at me.
で、これいつから？
Now we're finally gonna open up to someone about these, and we're gonna get the help we need. I'm dreaming again, but it feels different from usual. I notice a shadow in the other direction. They're sadly sobbing away. I wonder what happened. Curious, I walk up to whoever it is. It's someone I know well.
渚先輩。
I try to run up to her, but an invisible wall blocks me, and I can't get any closer.
渚先輩。渚先輩。
I bang at the invisible wall and call her name out as loudly as I can. My cries, however, fall on deaf ears. She just keeps on crying, not noticing my presence. Then that familiar girl poofs next to me.
あの子はずっとあそこで泣き続けているの。
Something plunges into my heart.
あの子をずっと泣かせているのは。
What did I do? Excuse me? I slam against the wall, not wanting to accept that.
渚先輩。お願い。渚先輩。こっちを見て。
Senpai doesn't notice me, however, and keeps on crying. Her slender shoulders are quivering, and I just want to comfort her. But this invisible wall is in the way. Is there nothing I can do?
あなたにはあの子の声が聞こえないの。
Senpai keeps on crying on the other side of the wall. But no matter how closely I listen, I can't hear a thing. I can't hear a thing! I take a look at her.
聞きたい。聞きたいよ。渚先輩
You
の
have
声。
420 views? Nice.
聞こえない。
Haha, meme number. I slam against the wall again and again. The girl just keeps her eyes squarely on my face.
聞こえないんじゃないわ。あなたが聞かないだけよ。
But still, she just stares at my face. All she does is speak in riddles and never tells me anything.
お願い。渚先輩。こっちを向いて。私に気づいて。渚先輩。泣かないでください。私がそばにいるからもう泣かないで。あなたは何も見ようとせず、何も聞こうとしていない。
I stop banging on the wall and look at the girl. She just looks at me with a blank expression.
見ようとしなければ見えない。聞こうとしなければ聞こえない。何のこと？あなたがそうだから、私は。
Then she vanishes. Senpai keeps on crying on the other side of the invisible wall.
戻ってきて。渚先輩を助けてあげて。あなたにならそれができるんでしょ。お願い。渚先輩を助けて。泣くのは止めてあげて。
My words fell on deaf ears, and I was answered with nothing but the void. Thank you, Lachlan. Don't listen to me sing, though. I'm not very confident in my singing voice. I make the outpatient ward rounds as the chief requested of me. got the inspection sheet from the first floor examination room.
それから次は地下のレントゲン室でフィルムをもらってくればいいのよね。
I go down the stairs while remembering what the chief said to me. Was I just pushed down the stairs?
大丈夫か？
I slightly open my eyes and a man in a white uniform runs over.
どうした？どこを撃った？
The man lifts me up. He's going to kill me. He's really gonna kill me. Jesus. This is getting weird.
すみません。内科病棟の大塚です。
A nurse comes running in and takes me to the outpatient ward. I'm examined by a female doctor while embracing the nurse, and then the chief shows up after a while too. She was afraid she was gonna get murdered. So the opposite of that. She puts her arms around my
しっかり
shoulders.
して。大丈夫？主任さん。一体どうしたの？何があったの？
階段から落ちたらしいです。見たところ骨折などはないようですが、右の足首を捻挫しているようですね。
Equal parts afraid and aroused.
ごめん。
I mean, maybe when Senpai is around, but not right now, I don't think. The chief apologizes on my behalf. Honestly, mood. Here I was gonna tell my brother. See, she gets it. I feel I should just say I'm sorry, but my body is shaking and I can't move.
いえ、僕を見て急にパニックを起こしてしまったようです。
I mean, you could just click on the profile name and see it's the girl avatar. Come on. Do your due diligence.
それは私の口からは何とも。
そうですか。何かあればいつでもレントゲン取りますので、ドクターに指示をもらってください。
That doesn't mean anything.
そうですね。
Yeah, I've seen a bunch
あり
of
がとうございま
I've
す。
seen a bunch of guys with female avatars as well. Like there was one when I started out. I used to lurk in this one dude's chat. It was he was a maid with twin tails, and I don't see him streaming that often anymore. Silver is a prime example of that. There was another one too. What was their name? I don't remember their names. Probably because I don't see them streaming anymore. Urged on by Hatsumi, I quickly bow my head. It's either dude or bitch. Dude and bitch are gender neutral terms. I'm also known as that bitch. Really? I haven't heard anyone call you that bitch. I was shoved, wasn't I? There's the distinct sensation of a hand remaining on my back. Someone had bad intentions, and I was...
沢井さん、歩ける？
Let's go. I just call everyone mate. Honestly, when I destroy my enemies, I'll skullgirls. Nice. She peers in at my face, and I hurry to nod.
とりあえず今日は帰りなさい。その状態
Like
で
that
は
bitch just
仕
killed
事
me
は無理でしょ。
What's up with this bitch?
病棟なら大丈夫。今は
And if you screw me up during
大切だわ。
pain wheel man, respect. Listen, we only like Big Band for the memes. Her kind voice sinks in. Can't fight against the chief's words, so I nod timidly.
はい。
Hey, if you mess me up in Fall Guys tomorrow, I'm gonna call you a bitch. Just be ready for it. My ankle is wrapped in a white bandage. 2 outpatient nurses wrapped it for me. One was being hugged by me and couldn't move, while the other was wrapping rapidly. I caused trouble for the outpatient ward staff.
すみません。
I hope.
大丈夫です。
I'm ready to grab you. No, I'll kill you. I will kill you. I will rage quit. Stand up slowly and bow my head to the X-ray technician one more time. Joke's on you, I don't play Skullgirls. You don't play any fighting games except Smash. And you don't even play Brawlhalla anymore. Heavily opinionated on things I don't care about just to stir shit. Fuck Brawlhalla. Softly put my hand on the door of the outpatient ward. Everyone there is a bit busy since the afternoon examinations are about to begin. Brawlhalla is a party game. True. The chief sees through everything. For today, I'll leave things to the chief, and as the chief said, I'll go home. I should watch more of your Skullgirl streams. Or any other fighting games, because I see in your Discord you have a bunch of fighting games chats. I return to my room and zone out, looking at the bandage. A bright white bandage wrapped around my ankle. A throbbing pain in my ankle reminds me that it wasn't a dream. The strong sensation of a hand I felt on my back, my body being pushed forward. The feeling of my body flying through the air. The sight of a figure slipping away as my papers scattered before me. I couldn't see it well with the backlight, but there was definitely someone there. A great party until every sweaty neckbeard thinks they're good because they play Hattori. Got the diamond playing Barazza. They had run into me by mistake, they would certainly have helped me to get up. But the person who hurried and rushed over wasn't the person who ran into me, but rather the X-ray technician. Gotta go to sleep soon? No problem, Irie. I will do my best to lull you to sleep with my soft and sensual voice. And act with bad intentions. Somebody pushed me, wanting to hurt me. They pushed me down the stairs, and I'll try not to raid anyone too weird or loud. But who? Even still. Yo, that the rock emote? Mango jabroni? The more I remember, the more I break out in a cold sweat. Even though I wasn't a panic, I yelled to the X-ray technician who saved me. No matter how afraid of men I am, saying that I was going to die was a bit much. I also caused a ton of trouble for the outpatient nurses. How am I supposed to show my face when I make my rounds in the outpatient ward next time? The chief said that she would apologize for me, but I feel guilty for asking the chief to sort everything out. Sexiest male VTuber you know? Of course, of course. I think it worked. Let me know if it didn't work, I'll do it again. Or I'll do it again for free for you, babe. I mean, what am I gonna do with myself? Competition is scarce in the voice department. We have like the same voice. I suddenly glance at my cell phone on the desk. It was the sexiest man you know. Yeah, we have a good voice. I haven't gotten up to meet with Senpai at all recently. Look at the clock. She's on the day's shift, work's about to end, and she'll be in her room soon. May be able to talk to her if she doesn't have to work overtime. Except leave the singing to... Yeah. I sang I Am on... It came up at... It was convenient, because it was literally the end of my stream. I Am came on, and I said, alright, bet we have an extra 10 minutes of karaoke. And then, I was laughing so hard at myself, because between every single line during the last verse, you can hear me sharply inhale. And I'm just laughing my ass off at how terrible I am. I'm like, holy crap. I couldn't move away from the mic. You call your voice sexy? You gotta ask me that in private. What would be a good song to play when you do something gay with your bros, but then you say no homo? That's a good question. Quan Quan. Leave room for the Holy Spirit, you heathen. Senpai takes the call after a few rings. I was so happy to hear Senpai's voice, and it felt like it had been such a long time, so I couldn't help but get excited. Quan Quan, by the artist known as Anus. Yes. It's spelled coin coin, but pronounced Quan Quan. It's right there in the chat, coin coin. Quan Quan. Don't ask.
忙しいの。
Oh, Nagisa senpai is pissed at me. I stare at my phone vacantly. Oh my god, this is perfect. You're gonna play other visual novels? I do have other visual novels on the back burner. I do. I have, I can replay Nurse Love Addiction. I would love to do that. We have Sepia Tears. I bought that in 2016 and haven't touched it. I have Steins Gate. I've already played, I've 100%ed Valhalla, but I could definitely play through that again. Let's see. What else do I have here? Lucy, the Eternity She Wished For. I could replay through Eden. I loved Eden. I also have Narcissu. That one's great. I love Narcissu. She hung up the phone very coldly. Need another voice for the girls? I will let you know. Finally heard her voice, but she wouldn't talk with me. Can we seriously get Steins Gate? Or Valhalla? Yeah, sure. No fate. No fate.
渚先輩。
I don't know if there's a not safe for work version of Fate. I wouldn't know. But yeah, when I play a visual novel, usually all of the girls have their own voices, of course, so I would just narrate. But actually for Narcissu, it's like Planetarian, in where there's one girl and one boy. So that might work. The surgery ward is busy after all. Yet I'm still relying on Senpai. That's terrible. I have to do things right. Fate is not allowed. Kusa. I don't, I kind of want to leave it, because, again, for the next 2 weeks, my nighttime streams are going to be sumo, so my afternoon streams, I wanted to keep up a high energy. So it might not be for a little while that I bring out another visual novel. So I will keep that in mind, though. Pain is not as big a deal as I thought it might be, and the next morning, I wake up and go to work as usual. Well, that's good, but to be honest, I don't have much to do. Sumo time, baby! That's if they don't cancel at the last second, which they probably won't. They're too stubborn to cancel. On top of that, the rumor seems to have spread to Miss Sakai, too. When I visit her room, she treats me much better than usual. Yes, this Saturday. Never watched sumo? Well, it's gonna be the first time you do. No patients made any selfish requests, and I helped out my colleague nurses, but I'm still left with some time remaining. There's no way I could help with reports, so...
他に仕事がないみたいなので、外来周りに行ってこようかと思うんですが。
They're doing good with their COVID. Yeah. It's but I was just saying earlier that one of the sumo stables has an infection and it's spread to almost every other one of the sumo wrestlers in that stable. So everyone in that stable is probably not going to be there for the tournament, which really sucks because that means a lot of good guys are going to get demoted when they probably don't deserve to. But it is what it is. The show must go on. And hold on, let me see if we got an update. Kakuryu said he would announce today if he's in the Basho. It's mid-afternoon in Tokyo, so we still have some time. Okay. I was a wrestler and did judo, so that would be, yeah. Ask the chief, just in case. The chief looks at me as though she's worried. We have a lot of, people that do, like, martial arts. Like, judo, taekwondo, muay thai. A lot of people that do martial arts are stopping by. Or have stopped by and stay. I wonder if the chief will tell me no. Since if anything, I'd be going there for personal reasons, and she also might ask me what I'd do if I fell again. Wow, I got permission! Even though at this time the morning examinations are finished, there are still outpatients waiting that are making 4 playlists because he got a little carried away. Jesus. Did wrestling, judo, muay thai, and taekwondo? Jeez. It kind of makes me wish I stuck with karate when I was a kid, but I've told that story before. I quit karate because I was sparring with someone and got the wind knocked out of me and I cried, so I was like, karate hurts, I don't want to do this anymore. And in fairness, I was like 7 years old. They all different niches. I mean, power to you. I have like 10 different playlists too. Alright, good night, Heidi. Thank you very much for stopping by. The outpatient ward seems like it's busy in a very different way compared to what I'm used to. Yet yesterday I made the nurses... Ugh. And the x-ray technician... Bleh. Night-night. Low-key wish he did karate because Taekwondo, what the fuck style is like pussy fighting. I was told that karate is the worst thing to get into. Because it's so basic. Then again, a Muay Thai fighter told me that, so I don't know. Everyone forgave me with a smile, and they even worried about me. I started working at a wonderful hospital. When I try to get past the outpatient ward, I feel like there's a face I know among the faces sitting on the waiting bench. I turn to look around. No wonder I went past her earlier. Ami, who's usually smiling cheerfully, is now sitting on the bench with her head down. I haven't seen Ami in a hot minute. We're a bunch of gear and it's more about how much you hit and less about how hard you hit. That's fair. One is nothing but the high energy, the other one is all chill, and the third is any song you like my primal monkey love to. Then the main one has all of them. That's fair. Hello, Shorta. Thank you again for stopping by. Ami raises her head at my voice as though she's startled. Ami appears glum even when she looks at me. Ami must be undergoing tests or something. Like, given that she's in the outpatient ward. I wonder if she's upset because the test results weren't good. Ami tries to say something, but she closes her mouth like she's reconsidered. I wonder if there's something she's worried about. Body seems cool. You don't wear any gear for sparring together? I wouldn't know. Like I said, I did karate when I was in 1st grade, so that was the last time I knew anything about karate. Ami tightly bites her lip and bravely opens her mouth. I almost let the mountain of x-ray film fall, so I quickly fixed my grip in a panic. I think I understand what's happening. Senpai is super stressed that she's not with us and she's in a new environment and she's taking it out on us because she's Yandere. Ami's words make me speechless. Senpai? Bullied? The cheerful senpai is always in the spotlight? You're not hiding it that well, Ami. Her dark expression doesn't match her bright words. Why does Cowdy remind me of a Yandere? Lenise, you are 2 hours late. How was your mid-afternoon nap? And by mid-afternoon, I mean evening nap. My evening nap was fantastic. Ami nods. I help Ami stand and decide to go back to the ward. You know what? I just realized I could go to the gym after this stream. Because the gym opens at 6 a.m. Ami still isn't very energetic after returning to the ward. What Ami saw must have been. I hate going to the gym by myself. I like going to the gym by myself because I can take it at my own pace. And I can listen to my music and I'm just in my own zone. Not that I hate going to the gym with my brother. Ami returns to her room with a weak smile. I kind of want those K-pop playlists, though. If you're still in here, brother. Given that Ami is always cheerful, there's no way I can't believe what she told me with such a sad look on her face. I like chatting with the boys while they're screaming at you to do one more rep. That's fair, too. Shooting the shit, pounding out your reps, guys screaming at you, do it! Do it! Ah! I'm not actually gonna yell because it's nighttime. That senpai was...
Oh, Kairi.
Yamanouchi is alone at the station. I try sitting down next to her while she writes her reports.
聞いていい
One more!
何でもどうぞ
And then after you do the one more! Thought I would take the courage and ask her, but I don't know what to say. I didn't want her to worry too much, and the girl Ami saw might not have been Senpai.
小耳に挟んだんですけど部署移動の後っていじめとかあるんですかあ看護師の移動の話かはい例えばの話なんですけど
Yamanouchi stops writing her report and glances at me. Then she starts writing the report again.
せやね移動していじめられることもあるし移動の理由がいじめってのもあるな
I feel like I black out momentarily after hearing her say that.
看護業界なんて多くみたいなもんやからね男の看護師がいてる職場はちった違うみたいやけど、女しかおらん職場やと女のエゴがむき出しになる患者そっちのけで足の引っ張り合いすんのも日常茶飯事看護師の存在意義自ら否定しまくりそれってよくあること
And Yamanouchi has worked in many different hospitals, so she would know.
ああめっさよくあることやね、むしろいじめのない職場のが珍しいくらいはあ百合ヶ浜の内科はええとこやねそれってつまり病棟変わったらいじめられても不自然じゃないってことですかあんたと酒井さんみたいな関係なんざゴロゴロ意地悪の応酬で一日が終わるみたいな
What Yamanouchi says shocks me. Even though they're nurses, even though they're supposed to be working for the sake of the patients, they're busy sabotaging each other.
そんなことして何の意味があるんですか意味なんかあらへんよ強いて言うならそいつが嫌いうざい邪魔目の前から消えてほしいただそれだけや
That's horrible. Didn't everyone become a nurse because that's what they wanted? I thought being a nurse is a job people take on because they want to help others. I can't believe there's such a dark side to it all.
新人は特に標的にされやすいな卒後すぐの新人だけやないで
I cut her off. My bad. I'm surprised and raised my
初
head.
めての職場やから当然やねんけど期待するように動かへんし質問だらけやし無視してたらいつまでたっても仕事せん指導する側にとっては人員の補充はありがたいけど動けん経験者はいらんちゅうわけや
The moment I raise my head, my eyes meet Yamanouchi, who is looking at me.
そうか藤沢外科でいじめられてんのか渚先輩がいじめられてるかもだなんて私一言も
I get flustered and shake my head while trembling. Yamanouchi chuckles. Isn't it cruel to laugh when we're talking about bullying?
藤沢がいじめかありえんことではないな
I'm startled at Yamanouchi's words, so I look back, and then at the station entrance where the chief is standing. Someone overheard us! And of all people, the chief! Chief looks like she's thinking about something.
渚先輩がいじめられてるってそれはあくまでも噂でそもそも渚先輩がいじめられてるなんて私一言も言ってないですよね山之内さんっていないし
I noticed that Yamanouchi is gone. Hatsumi. What am I supposed to do? I'm exhausted. The chief was on edge after that ruining of the atmosphere of the station. I'm so nervous that I'm making myself sick. But Senpai, I wonder if it's true that she's being bullied. I grabbed my phone after a bit of searching. I don't know what to ask her, but... Huh? Senpai, she answered my call just now, right? I don't know, but I'm sick of doing nothing, too. I'm going to Senpai's room. I'll just come back if I can't see her.
Hi.
Ah, Senpai, there you are.
私です。沢井です。
Oh. Senpai that appears seems tired and really doesn't look so good.
渚先輩、すごく顔色が。なんの用？
Stiff facial expressions, a cold voice. It's not like her.
その、いじめられてるって噂を聞いて。いじめられてなんかないわよ。
I'm shocked by her raising her voice.
渚先輩、ずっと希望してた外科に異動になって、やっとおむつ交換と褥瘡処置。
Why does it do that sometimes? It doesn't.
ずっ
Whatever.
と希望してた外科に異動になって、やっとおむつ交換と褥瘡処置。栄養指導ばかりのつまらない日々から解放されたの。今までずっとやりたかった看護をようやくさせてもらえてるのよ。毎日が充実してるんだから。
She's lying to herself. It's obvious.
毎日毎日うんざりしてた。内科みたいなあんな地味で面倒なとこ、本当に嫌だったわ。
She's definitely mentally fucked up. Something feels off about Senpai's shouting. But I can't put it into words. I just know that these aren't Senpai's true feelings.
渚先輩、何よ、何なのよその顔は。同情してるつもりなの？同情なんてそんなつもりは。
Despite my feelings, Senpai's emotional explosion only escalates.
笑ってるんでしょ。外科を希望しておきながら外科のスピードについていけない私を。
Yeah, she's definitely getting bullied.
そんなこと。
That's not true. I try to deny what she's saying, but swallow my own words. Senpai glares at me with eyes filled with tears.
みんなして笑ってるんでしょ。内科のみんなもいなくなってせいせいしたってそう思ってるんでしょ。そんな。
Tears fall from Senpai's
どう
eyes.
せ私はできない子よ。内科でもお荷物だったわよ。だからって忙しい外科に回して自分から辞めさせるように仕向けたって。私絶対に辞めないんだから。
She feels like the world is out to get her. What am I supposed to say? I don't know what to say to cheer up Senpai, given all the pain she's in.
落ち着いてください、渚先輩。どうしたんですか？渚先輩らしくないです。私らしいってどういうのが私らしいのよ。私のこと何も知らないくせに。
Damn, she hit me? I gently try to put my hand on her shaking shoulder, but she forcefully brushes me off. I lose my balance and pain runs through my sprained ankle. Then we both fall down right there.
笑ってるくせに。あんた、私のこと笑ってるくせに。
Find myself holding Senpai down as she nearly goes on a rampage.
離れなさいよ。あんたなんか大嫌い。
Hate? Those unexpected words are like a dagger to the heart, an unseen wound. Even
渚
then,
先輩、私には何もない。あんたみたいな癒しの手も、あんたみたいな容量の良さも、あんたみたいな愛想の良さも何にも持ってない。
Senpai's words pierce deep into my
あ
chest.
んたにいろいろ見せつけられて、私がどんな気持ちだったか、あんた考えたこともないくせに。
I don't want to hear anymore. I don't want to hear these ugly words coming from the person I love. So you shut her up with a kiss.
あんたなんか大嫌い。
Nice. I don't want to hear it, so I shut her mouth with my lips. Oh, shit. My cheek grows warm, accompanied by a stinging pain. I slowly come to understand that I was slapped.
私、あんたのそういうお優しいところが大嫌い。キスしてあげたら私が喜ぶとでも思った？
My cheek throbs.
そこが悪い私にキスしたら、
あんたの好きな都合のいい私に戻るって思った？
More than my cheek, more than anything, my heart hurts.
私の気持ち知ってるくせに。最低。
My pained heart sheds tears of blood. It's so painful, so depressing. My words aren't working with Senpai. Senpai won't listen to what I
ま
say.
で私の上に乗ってるの。重い！
He is called as heavy. She strongly pushes my chest. I remove myself from her as she pushes me away.
最悪よ。あんたの顔なんてもう見たくもないわ。
Those are the words of a girl that has no idea what she's doing. Senpai stands up and spits out those words and slams the door shut. I'm left by myself in the lonely hallway. I drop down to the ground and my tears fall to my knees. Senpai. I drove Senpai into a tight corner. I absent-mindedly look up at the closed door. Will this door never be opened for me again? That's a girl that has no idea what she wants. In that dream again, I hear a crying voice from somewhere. Somebody is crying. I think it must be that girl. I look for that girl and wander in a dark dream. I suddenly see the shadow of a person. A girl is standing there sobbing.
どうしてあなたが泣いてるの？
I ask her a question. I'm the one who wants to cry. I'm the one being confused by riddles that I don't understand. On top of that, when she's crying like this, I can't just ignore her, right?
私のわがままが、私の存在が、あなたとあの子を傷つけているの。
Another riddle. わかりませんでした。
わけがわからないわ。
The girl looks up at me with eyes tired from crying.
私のせいなの。あなたが混乱しているのも。ごめんなさい。
This isn't a conversation. I let out a small sigh and crouch down before the girl.
ねえ、あなたは誰なの？私があなたに忘れさせた。もう一人のあなた。
Does this confirm dead twin theory? Another one of me?
私さえいなければ、少なくともあの人は、あんな風に泣くこともなかった。
That person? I don't understand what she's saying after all. I just stare in a daze at the girl who's crying. Just popped in to let you know currently Lily's stream is talking about horse dong. Lovely. I had absolutely no intention of hurting Senpai. How did you get a— oh, did she get a horse in Stardew Valley or something? And that's why they're talking about horse dong? I had absolutely no intention of hurting Senpai. Yo, while you're here, tell Lily to raid me later. I didn't think I was hurting her. I had no intention of showing off or bragging about my healing hands. I can't believe she hated me that much. Don't remember how it happened. I didn't realize any of that. Planned on telling her too. I didn't notice anything and I didn't try to either.
何をボケっとしているんですか？
I suddenly returned to my senses. Apparently I was changing Miss Sakai's IV while handling the clamps and thinking about Senpai.
人の話聞いていましたか？
One
私さっ
step
き
ahead.
から何
Got
度
it.
もあなたに話をしていたんで
Thanks
すが。
for keeping me in mind, Atlas, to stop by and tell me about horse dong.
ごめん。
You think about horse dong, you're immediately like, oh, Leo's gotta know about this.
ごめん
Yeah.
で済んだら警察はいらないんです。それに勤務中にぼーっとするなんて。医療ミスでも起こしたらどうするんですか？
そうだね。
下手したら免許剥奪ですよ。あなた看護師になりたくてなったんでしょ？免許がなくなったら働けなくなるんですよ。
ごめんね。
Miss Sakai looks at me as though she were disgusted from the bottom of her core.
バカバカしい。
Try to say that I'm sorry, but then I stop. If I apologize, I think she'll just tell me not to do it from the start, and apologizing won't improve her mood any.
あなたがふぬけているの。 またあの外科に行った人絡みでしょ。
I can't acknowledge or deny what she said. Denying it would be a lie, but I don't want to confirm it because of my feelings.
だから私あの人が嫌いなのよ。あなたをへこませていいのは担当患者である私の特権なのに。
I don't expect her to say that. I look at Miss Sakai dumbfounded.
何それ。
Miss Sakai's face is very serious, but she's pouting in a bit of a joking way.
あなたは看護学校の先輩だけど全然ダメな看護師で、だから私が鍛えてあげようって思ったの、それだけ。
Can't respond to what she said. She thought she wanted to improve her skills. Miss Sakai? As I look at Miss Sakai, her cheeks become slightly red, and she looks away as though she doesn't want me to see that.
そっか。ごめん。
Miss Sakai is awkward. With this personality, I'm sure she must have missed a lot of chances up until now. Despite that, she doesn't show her hurt and pain. She sticks out her chest and squarely turns around. She's so strong. If I were strong like Miss Sakai, things might have ended without me hurting Senpai. No, maybe now's not too late. I have to truly give up Senpai.
ありがとう、酒井さん。
Miss Sakai says nothing with her face turned away. That's her response. I bow my head to Miss Sakai and decide to leave the room. Phew! Somehow I got through the day. I take my phone out of my bag. Ah, there are a bunch today too. Lately, when I come back to my room, the first thing I do is delete those harassing messages. I want to delete them all at once, but there are messages from my friends too, and I can't tell which are which just by skimming. So I sigh and check each one of them and delete the unnecessary ones individually. After I set blocked calls, calls from unidentified numbers stopped bothering me, but the emails kept coming in gobs. If I register their address and block them, they'll change their address and the emails will come again. The spam messages are messages from phones, so if you block the domain, then you won't be able to receive messages from friends either. That's why I delete each message by hand like this every day. I'm already used to it, but still. When I see the sinister messages with curses written in them, I sigh. My hand stops in surprise at the sudden sound.
大塚です。
Thank God.
主任さん。
I hurry and put down my phone and head for the door.
急にごめんなさいね。
いえ、別に。どうしたんですか？
The chief is silent for just a little while and stares at me. I tilt my head to the side in a puzzled way, and Chief finally opens her mouth, but...
元気？
あ、はい。まあ。
そう。ならいいの。
Flustered because I don't know what's happening, the chief doesn't mind and quickly steps back.
お邪魔したわね。ごめんなさい。
While I'm taken back, the chief turns around and leaves. What was that just now? Just wanted to see if you're fine. I'm in that dream once again. The same girl is standing right before my eyes. The girl is staring straight at me.
あなたは何をしているの？
I don't know the meaning of what she says. That girl's mature eyes. Eyes like an adult who has experienced many different things and overcome hardship.
こんなところで何をしているの？あなたにはやるべきことがあるはずよ。
The girl's eyes hurry me. The depth of my heart murmurs restlessly.
そんなこと、あなたに言われたくない。
Yeah, shut up. She always confuses me with these riddles that I don't understand and won't give me a hint. I'm fed up. She's going to tell me she should do it right.
そう。
The girl has a sad expression on her face and then suddenly disappears. Alright, we're nearing the end of the good ending. When I get to work, something seems off. The entire hospital somehow feels noisy.
おはようございます。あ、 おはようさ。
Horse schlong on anime women is Kino.
あの、
Thank you for
何かあ
that
ったんですか？
contribution. 6 minutes
あなた
late.
どこもざわざわしてますよね。
I had to say it. They're you're late by a good amount of time.
うちも詳しくは知らんけど、2階で暴力事件
Yes,
が起
this
こっ
is
た
the
らしい。
good ending, believe it or not.
暴力事件？しかも2階って外科病棟じゃないですか。
Surgical ward with Senpai. When Senpai was transferred, I thought it would be okay because we were still in the same hospital, but just being on different floors means we don't see each other at all. Even though we're only one floor apart, surgery is so far away. I haven't seen Senpai since, in neither the hospital or the dorm. There was violence in the surgical ward where Senpai is. I wonder what happened. Is Senpai alright?
他には。さあな、内科病棟には関係ないことやし、うちは知らん。そうですか。ありがとうございます。
Told me Nagisa finally snapped. What should I do? Can't help but worry about Senpai. But she said she doesn't want to see my face anymore, so there's nothing I can do. Try asking one of the night nurses who seems to know what happened but won't tell me because I'm a newbie or something. Maybe she's been told not to say anything.
さあ皆さん集まっていますね。申し送りを始めますよ。
Tokiwa leads the meeting, which is rare. The chief is apparently working, but she's not at the station. I have a bad feeling about this. There's an incident of violence in surgery, and the chief isn't here. I feel strange unease at just that fact. But
最悪よ。あんたの顔なんてもう見たくもないわ。
Senpai's words are on repeat in my head. I want to see her, but I can't. If I see her, I'll hurt her again. But
沢井、申し送り始まるで。聞いてんのか？
I'm startled and raise my head. Then, I want to see her. But still, I want to see her.
沢井、今さら行ったところでどうなるねん。
I know that. Me going to surgery now won't make things any different. But Senpai might be going through something difficult. There might be something I can do for her. No, not being able to do anything is okay. It's fine if I could just know that Senpai is alright and is working as usual. The second floor. This is the surgical ward where Senpai is. The atmosphere is completely different just being one floor apart. Also, it's noisy overall. Is it because of the violence? A lot of patients are gathered around the station. I watch from a distance so as to not get in the way, but it seems to be the family of a patient complaining to the staff. Family hurries and leaves as though they are satisfied after saying just what they wanted to say. A nurse is left with a tired look on her face.
あなた誰？何か用？
She says so with an edge and glares at me sharply. Eek! Scary. But this isn't the time to get scared.
すみません。私、内科病棟の沢井です。渚先輩、いえ、藤沢さんは？
はあ？あんな足手まとい知らないわ。
足手まとい？
申し送りの時間になっても戻ってこないなんて、看護師としての職業意識がないのかしらね。
My head goes blank at what surgery nurse said. Load off to have her gone? What? Senpai isn't that kind of person.
渚先輩はそんな人じゃありません。慣れない外科でなんとか追いつこうと必死になって勉強してました。それにいなくなったってどういう意味ですか？渚先輩はここにいないってことですか？
そんな人じゃないって言ったって事実は事実よ。藤沢さんは勝手にいなくなったんだから、事実を言って何が悪いの？
I wonder if it's the truth. But Senpai, who has a strong sense of responsibility, leaving the ward, there's no way she would abandon her work. There must have to be a reason.
いなくなったのには何か理由があるはずです。暴力事件の関係とか。
This girl's making me cringe.
あなた何も知らないのね。
I knew it. Fujisawa
暴
snapped.
力事件を起こしたのはその藤沢さんよ。何も知らないようだから教えてあげる。藤沢さんはね、夜勤中患者とトラブルを起こして患者殴って逃げたのよ。
Punched the patient?
あん
Senpai?
な役立たずいない方がマシよ。 ただでさえ夜勤は人手が少ないってのに、病棟経験者と思って歓迎してみればこのざまよ。挙句の果てに人の足を引っ張っただけでなく、邪魔するなら帰れと言ったら本当に帰っちゃうなんてありえないわよ、本当。あの子、内科でもあんな感じだったの？指示されなきゃ何もしない、考えて行動できない、注意したらふてくされて返事もしない。内科ではちゃんと新人教育できてるの？外科は内科の尻拭いをするところじゃないの。不良債権を押し付けられても困るわ。
Dad, wait. What a disgusting thing to say. Not doing anything without being told. Can't think and act. Sulking when giving a warning. Not responding. I have an idea. It's not uncommon for someone to not know what to do and to end up asking someone for help. Even if they have no intention of sulking, their expression might become hard. Surgery nurse takes a big sigh.
そういうわけだから、あの子が抜けたせいで残業しなきゃいけないの。もういいかしら。
渚先輩の居場所は？
私が知ってるわけないでしょ。
I look back at the running footsteps that are approaching. Ami comes running down the stairs from internal.
カオリンさん、アミちゃん、走っちゃダメでしょ。
Ami doesn't care about what I say. She takes my arm and pulls it.
カオリンさん、止めて。渚を止めてください。
Ah, shit, she's on the roof, isn't she?
渚先輩。
Ami looks at me through labored breaths.
渚先輩、どこにいるの？
I have a bad feeling. Ami tells me where Senpai apparently is while her lips
分
quiver.
かった。アミちゃんはお部屋に戻って。渚先輩は必ず私が連れ戻すから。
Miss Sakai is standing with a hard expression on her face in front of the door that leads to the roof. She indicates upward with her chin. Why am I good at predicting these things? Oh shit. This is the good ending, by the way. Senpai is standing on the other side of the fence. Senpai's expression shows her thinking too much. A strong wind blows. Senpai's hair blows upward, and the hem of her nurse uniform flutters.
渚先輩、危ないですから、こっちへ来てください。
But my words don't seem to reach her. Senpai doesn't try to move from the other side of the fence and stares fixedly at me. It's like being in that dream. It's as though there's an invisible wall blocking us. The only difference is that Senpai laughs all of a sudden.
あんたに意地悪をした罰が当たったのね。
Senpai's voice is picked up by the wind that reaches me.
罰って何ですか？
Hold on. This is gonna be the thumbnail, and I'm gonna put my head on her body, and then put in little text over my head. Do a flip! Oh, I'm fucked up.
安心してよ、サワイ。私が死んだら、もうあんな電話もメールも来ないから。
Called it. I called it. Look at that. She admits it. I called it. Those calls? Messages? Wait, those were harassment messages from Senpai? Called it.
本当に何も気づかないんだもん。呆れるわ。何にも知らずに。渚先輩、渚先輩って。
Senpai is hurt. She couldn't have wanted to say that those calls and messages were actually her doing. Even then, her confessing to me here means that...
嫌われ者はそろそろ消えるわ。私がいるだけで、また誰かに迷惑かけちゃうから。
Another strong wind blows. I feel very uneasy. I can't help but scream.
渚先輩は嫌われ者じゃありません。迷惑だなんて、そんなこと言わないでください。
I look hard at Senpai to make sure that she doesn't go somewhere out of my reach. I approach her step by step.
私にとって渚先輩は憧れでした。高校の頃も、そして看護師になった今も、渚先輩が憧れということは変わりありません。私にとって渚先輩がいなくなることの方が迷惑です。
Senpai shakes her head. She looks like she's about to cry.
でも外科の人たちにとっては、山之内さんから看護師のいじめの話は聞きました。新人は標的にされやすいとも言ってました。大奥みたいな
Senpai's fingers on the fence start to
自
move.
慢にならないけど、私、仕事できてません。でも大体、
Oh, I cut her
仕
off.
事についていけないのは渚先輩のせいじゃないです。頑張ってたの、私見てました。
Put my entire heart into my
って
words.
いうか、新人が仕事できないのなんて慣れてないんだから当たり前ですよね。スーパーウーマンじゃないんだから。
I hope that she understands my feelings.
仕事をちゃんと教えずに、仕事ができないのを新人のせいにして、外科の人たちの方がよっぽど仕事ができてないと思います。
沢井。
だってそうじゃないですか。私と同期で外科に入った人、もう辞めちゃったって聞きました。渚先輩の同期の人も辞めちゃったんですよね。だから今の外科は人材が足りなくなって、内科から渚先輩を引き抜いていったんですよね。
Senpai's body that was facing away from the roof moves slightly towards me.
後輩を育てられないのは忙しいからかもだけど、新人や後輩が居つかない職場の雰囲気を作ってる外科の人たちにこそ問題があると思うんです。
Senpai's looks relieved. Then someone interrupts our conversation.
死にたいんならさっさと死ねばいいのに。
Thank you.
さゆり。
Thank you. I started and look around. Miss Sakai is standing there, suppressing her irritated expression. Next to her is Ami, confused with her eyes wide open. I work 10 hours tomorrow and yet I'm still awake. I may need you to come down here and kill me. Well, after this girl kills herself, I'll come down there and kill you.
渚、さゆりはほら、こういう人だから。
No, listen to Sayuri, because she's the one that wants to fucking kill herself.
私、あなたのそういうところ大嫌い。この世に絶望したから自殺しようとしてるんでしょ。だって、さっさと飛べばいいのに。
Tell her.
それなのに未練たっぷりで、そんなところで足踏み。どうせ、沢井さんが来るまで待っていたんでしょ。
Oh, calling her out.
酒井さん。
She's literally standing on the edge and you're calling her out. Yeah. Try to stop her from saying too much. But
死にたいんでしょ。見ていてあげるから、早くそこから飛びなさいよ。浅田さんの優しさを無視したくせに。
さゆり。
死ぬかもしれない恐怖に怯えてる私の目の前でさっさと死ねばいい。ほら、早く死になさいよ。
that's why I like Sayuri, because she'll admit that. She's like, I am literally dying as we speak, and you're the one that wants to die? Shut the fuck up and do it, asshole. Senpai stands on the other side of the fence, her shoulders shaking after hearing Miss Sakai's words. That makes sense. To a patient with a potentially fatal illness, Senpai must look like she's spoiled. Senpai begins to cry, still grabbing the fence.
でも、あなたが死んだら、ここにいるすべての人が泣くわよ。
The voice is kind but resolute.
主任さん。
浅田さんも、酒井さんも、病棟で私の代わりをしている山之内さんも、常盤市長も、そして
This is the good ending.
全員が泣くわ。沢井さんなんて泣きすぎてショックで後を追ってしまうかもしれない。あなた、それでもいいの？
Senpai's wet gaze connects with mine.
私。
あなたのせいで沢井さんが自殺するかもしれないのよ。それでもいいの？
Can't wait for the bad ending.
ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。
Senpai bursts out crying. The fence between us is in the way, so I cross over it. I hold her body tight.
渚先輩。ここは高くて怖いです。一緒に柵の向こうへ戻りましょう。ごめんね。本当にごめんね。
Senpai nods, and I gently grab her hand, leading her to the other side of the fence where everyone waits. Her pale and thin fingertips are cold like ice. Ami, Miss Sakai, and the chief help us cross over the fence. We move to a safe location, and Senpai collapses right there like a marionette that had its strings cut.
ごめんね。私のせいであんたまで危険に。本当にごめんね。いいんです。渚先輩が無事でよかった。
Senpai is blubbering, and I hug her tight one more time.
渚先輩の体すごく冷たい。あんたは 暖かいわ。だって生きてますから。渚先輩の体だって温めるとぬくもりが戻ってきますよ。そうね。
We cry and laugh together. I'm relieved and happy, yet I can't help but be reduced to tears. Then I hear a hand clap.
そろそろいいかしら。今日は風が少し強いわ。患者さんが風邪でもひいたらどうするの？藤沢さんはこのまま帰りなさい。夜勤明けなんでしょ？酒井さんも浅田さんも病室に戻って。沢井さんは藤沢さんを寮に送った後、また病棟へ戻ってきなさい。あなたは今日は日勤なのだから仕事をしなさい。
You do your job, you're still working today. It's the chief as usual. I don't know if she's cool or hot, but behind the cool mask she hides the feelings that her juniors know.
渚さん、
Oh, Ami.
よかった。かおりんさんもよかった。
何よ。
Ah,
結局元の鞘ってこと？せっかく現物に来たのにバカバカしい。
she's like, I wanted blood.
さゆり、嬉しかったら嬉しいって言わなきゃきっとあの人たちには伝わらないよ。
いいのよ。別に伝えたいなんて思ってないわ。
There's blood. Ami and Miss Sakai are the same as usual too. We look at each other and giggle.
渚先輩のパジャマ持ってきましたよ。
I brought Senpai's pajamas from her room and give them to her. Senpai is downhearted.
謝らないでください。私がやりたくて勝手にやってることなんですから。
I sit her down on my bed and grin. Senpai smiles back weakly.
本当は私のパジャマを貸してあげたいところだったんですが、全部洗濯カゴの中なんですよね。
Get the popcorn and watch the new guy first. Yeah, right? Senpai is in my room because she didn't seem like she wanted to go back to her room alone. No, that's not it. Because I didn't want to send Senpai back to her room alone. There's doubt as to whether Senpai with her exhausted body and soul can relax by me bringing her to my room. I was gallivanting in other streams and had to dip real fast. She did not jump, don't worry. Even still, if I at least have her stay in my room when I finish work, I can be the one to see her first.
じゃあ、お言葉に甘えるね。
Senpai looks worn out. I'd feel bad about leaving her here alone. I wonder if I could take the day off if I call the station and ask the chief.
私はもう大丈夫だから。だから、沢井は病棟に戻りなよ。
We might get some girls kissing though.
でも、
Senpai tightly grabs the hem of my nursing uniform. We still don't know what's up with that dude
いい
though.
の。沢井は病棟に
That
戻っ
might
て。
just be a giant red herring.
私はここで待ってるから。
Her face tells me to stay, but I'm at a loss for words.
渚先輩。沢井のベッドに入って。沢井の部屋で待ってるから。
Nagisa smiles.
もう、すっごく疲れた勤務だったから、沢井が帰ってきても爆睡してて気づかないかも。そしたら、沢井が起こしてね。キスで起こしてもいいですか？それいいね。すごくいい目覚めになりそう。
I can't take my eyes off of Senpai. Senpai also doesn't avert her eyes from me. Nagisa's hand, that is not grabbing the hem of my nursing uniform, grabs the cuff of my sleeve and pulled close to Senpai. After a moment of hesitation, yeah, you hear those lip smacking noises? Softly touch her lips.
この間は叩いたりしてごめんね。今日はもう叩かれないんですよね。
You won't do it again, right?
多分もう叩かない。じゃあもう一回。本当は私が寝つくまで何度もキスしてって言いたいところだけど。
Senpai gives me a pushing pat on the shoulders.
ほら、そろそろ病棟に戻らないと。大塚主任、 怒ると怖いよ。
Otsuka. Nagisa smiles as though to comfort me. Her typical smile that I'm used to seeing.
続きは帰ってから。沢井のキスで起こしてね。
Who's she gonna kill? She almost killed herself. With that, I leave Nagisa in my room and go to work. In the ward, Yamanouchi is going around the ward in place of the chief. Yamanouchi told me, you don't have a schedule today, so I've been doing random chores. The chief hasn't returned to the ward. It really bothers me. The chief didn't return to the ward at the end. It's fine, because Yamanouchi has been going around the ward for the chief, but it bothers me some. It comes to my mind, the chief might not have returned to the ward because of something to do with Senpai. But it should be okay, because it's the chief. And Yamanouchi, filling in for the chief, finished up evening reports. Thank you very much for the horse cock raid, god damn it. We have Lilybell and Kuronai rating. Everybody with the horse cock raid, thank you very much. But y'all just missed it! You almost missed an anime. Okay, I'll wait for this. That is indeed a raid. Thank you very much for the raids, you two. You just missed it. An anime girl almost killed herself, but we brought her back from the brink. And now we're finishing up the Yandere's good ending. But you gotta stay, because we're about to do her bad ending. And that means someone's gonna die. So stick around for that. Yamanouchi, filling in for the chief, finished up evening reports as soon as the shift ended and headed home like the wind. This is not school days, this is Nurse Love Addiction. Come on, you can read the title. Maybe she's busy with the manuscript. I have to go home early like Yamanouchi. Do I get brownie points? You get a pat on the head. I think I should message Senpai before I go home just in case. Don't mind you. Hello, Leo. You have a nice name too, Leo. I'm just making fun of you, King Leo. Why are there so many Leos in chat now? We got King Leo, we got Leo, we got Leo, we got Leo. Who else? Are there any other Leos I should know about? Thank you for the gift sub, Banij, Tashiki. Oh yeah, my mod should be subbed too. I will enjoy the game. Thank you very much for stopping by, Angel Nebula. Leo gang.
Yeah, I'll be like a lion and eat the genitals first. Whoa!
Thank you very much for the follow, Fluff Bite. How was the stream, Lily and Kudo? They should follow. Yes, yes. She told me to wake her up with a kiss if she's asleep when I get home, but she might be embarrassed about me seeing her wake up. Lions cannot roar. They howl. They eat the pee-pee? What? Okay, send. Of course there's no response from Senpai. Thank you for the follow, Frank Pro 53. What are you a pro at? I'm curious to know.
寝てるのかな?
Uh-oh. The phone in my hand suddenly starts to ring. My heart starts to pound at the same time. Yamanouchi's name is displayed on the screen. I have a bad feeling about this. Not the phone noises. All of the new raiders need to know about it. So how'd the Stardew Valley go? Yeah, it's loud as shit.
私、帰って渚先輩の様子を見なきゃなんですけど。
Pro at confidence and blue hedgehogs? Got it. A question from Portal? I already answered that. They eat the pee-pee first? I don't understand. We're introduced to Lily, saw her first horse cock. Thank you for the gift sub, Atlas to Kuronai. I still haven't been told how did the stream go. Come on, guys. I'm curious. Genitals first, eating Leo. I don't eat genitals unless it is, on a girl that I like a lot. Male lion can't keep up with the female's needs. The female will bite the male's genitals. That is true. The lions do eat genitals first, but not me, not that often. Horse cock stream, how else could it go? Got a picture of that in your Discord profile. I mean, they did start singing, so you had to dip. If you put it that way. It's true that the night shift for surgery seems really busy. In the morning, there was this incident on the roof after the trouble with the patient. Not that often? No, I do not eat the pee-pee. Not at all. Just can't listen to other people sing solely because they aren't you. Ooh. Is that vain? Yes. But it's okay to admit it. I know it's important that Senpai gets her rest. Urgh. She already hung up.
これ無視したら後が大変なことになりそうだよね。
I'm worried about Senpai, so I just want to take a peek at my room. If Senpai is sleeping, I'll go to Yamanouchi's room. Thank you for the follow, Holy Queena. What makes you so holy, huh? You fight under the name of God? You want to listen to Powerwolf? I got some Powerwolf. We got some crusading to do. Yeah, I'll do that. As Yamanouchi said, Senpai is sound asleep. What, did you like drop a 50 bomb in both of their streams with the stipulation that they had to raid me or something? You were unholy before? Well, it's a good thing we converted you. She's sleeping so well that she doesn't notice I'm back. I give her a peck on the cheek, but it doesn't wake up. It'd feel wrong to keep trying to wake her like this. Lions can't roar, silly. Did somebody say crusade? I think I'll let Senpai sleep a little longer and come back to the room after helping Yamanouchi.
ちゅうことで、青鉛筆で番号書いてあるから、その通りのトーンを貼ってって。はい。
The amount of manuscript papers. Wonder if Yamanouchi isn't worried about Senpai. We need a crusade to disrespect heretics. I'm worried about Senpai today in particular, so after I help out for an hour or so, I'll go home.
藤沢は寝てたんやろ？はい。
I'm surprised that Senpai's name is mentioned. Give me a go. Cow. Can't look up at Yamanouchi's face because I'm doing taxing work. You're the first person to ask for that, by the way. I've been streaming for 2.5 months. You're the first person to ask for that. Shut up. There's is that Zane? Mango what? The chief and the Yamanouchi are worrying about Senpai. Oh, I'm so glad to be able to work in a ward with such great people. I'm elated, so I can't help but raise my head, and Yamanouchi is grinning. I'm gonna go back to my room and she's gonna be gone. Where'd all these Leos come from? They came from Kuro and Lily's streams. What? I'm back in that dream again? The same girl is standing in front of me, looking up at me. She seems lonely. It feels as though my chest will become tight just by looking at her face. Why do you look like you're about to cry? I wanted to ask her that, but I can't say anything because there's a lump in my chest. Tears fall down the girl's cheek. We'll eat your nuts first. Be like a lion and eat the genitals first. Aw. The next instant, the girl disappears. There's Dewan Energy McDaniels. That time, I feel the girl disappeared for some reason. I feel that I'll never see her again. I wonder why it feels that way. And who was that girl? I suddenly look at my hand. My hand? But something's different. Something I can't put into words. I feel like something from within me has disappeared. You're really late on that horsecock raid, Don. What the It passed. Train left like 10 minutes ago, dude. Horsecocks were so 15 seconds ago. Hey, what was that you said earlier, brother? You said horsecocks on ladies are kino as fuck? Who is that girl, really? A lady with a horsecock is kino as fuck? That was the exact quote? That's your kink? Good to know. Amazonian anime ladies. I frantically snap awake. I'm in Yamanouchi's room? Yamanouchi giggles and offers me a tissue box. Yamanouchi points at my cheek with an exasperated look. Thank you very much for another gifted sub, Atlas. Hey, I couldn't tell you if you're anywhere near Kieran-Trix, but, you know, that's something to aim for, you know? I was crying?
怖い夢でも見た？
Aw, shit. Hey, we gotta get you back here somehow. Yeah, sumo. If you're not streaming, you should pop by for some of those sumo streams. It's, the afternoon for you. Something about that would bother me. I feel like I was dreaming. Donnie boy. We are past horsecock. Since we talked about crusades, we are all about missionary position for the sole purpose of procreation. Oh, you have? Probably during the last Basho, probably? I don't know. It's been so long. It's been 2 months. It's been so long without sumo. Yamanouchi smiles at me after hearing that.
大切なものか。ええやん。一番大切な人は守れたんやろ？
Nagisa's smile comes to mind.
はい。
Know what's crazy, brother? What's crazy, brother? But, while I succeed in protecting Senpai's smile, I feel like I overlooked something important in the process. Time I've ever shit myself was one. Every time you shit yourself, you were 100% sober. That is true. I don't know what it is, though.
これ以上こき使う運も悪いから、あんたもう部屋に戻り。
I'm glad you could share that with the 40 people in my chat.
私どれくらい寝てました？
Bun Bun is on your bed now? Is that the name of your bunny rabbit? Or are you a sadistic motherfucker and that's what you named your dog? Or are you kinky as hell and that's what you named your girlfriend? World is entitled to that info. There's dorayaki inside the convenience store bag. It's a must know. You gotta know that kind of thing. You put in your dating profile. After that, I return to my room and wake up Senpai with a kiss like I promised. Then we eat the dorayaki from Yamanouchi and talk all about all sorts of things. It's better than the gross things I've seen people put on Twitter. True. We sleep together in bed until morning arrives. It's fine that I went to work alone today, leaving Senpai behind to rest, but... They go full on horny post. Yeah. That's why we keep that to Discords that I somehow moderate. I wonder why the nurse's station is abuzz again. And I stay out of those horny chats too. Maybe it's because the head nurse has been here since the morning. How many times have you shit yourself and what state were you in? When did you do it? The interview question of the decade. Well, you see, sir, I have only shit myself 3 times in my life, and I was never drunk while doing so. Everyone else in the nurse's station is restlessly staring at the head nurse and the chief. Hey, Nagisa's back. Raffle LFMAO Omega lol? Chief calls out from the entrance. Can't tell how thrilled you are to hear that question. Lo and behold, the person who timidly enters is... When are we gonna see these credits, though? Senpai, who's supposed to be in my room because she has today off. Well, the first time, I made him shit himself by making him laugh so hard. And that was the last time I ever made my brother laugh. Applause erupts from everyone present. Of course, I clap as hard as I can, too. Imagine my body as a bottle of cola and I just ingested a sleeve of Mentos. 8 years ago. Was that? No. We were playing Red Steel for the Nintendo Wii. It wasn't even that funny, too. So, I'll tell the story. And me and my brother were playing Red Steel multiplayer for the Nintendo Wii split screen on our shitty little TV. You were 12 or something? Got really into it. It was so fucking funny because one of the characters you can play as is a dude in a dinosaur costume, and if you got close enough to the camera you could see the dude's face inside of the costume. So after I would kill him, I'd run up to his dead body where the kill cam is, put my face into the camera and go, "Hello, my name, she is Pablo." And we were both like dumb as shit kids, so that was the funniest fucking thing I would do. And every single time I would kill him, I'd run up to his camera and do that, and he would lose it. Obviously, I'm getting teary-eyed too.
私は自分がど
Like
れ
a
だけ使
straight
え
up
ない
anagram
看護
of
師なの
Times Square. That
自分
dinosaur.
が甘かったのか
The creeps that are dressed up in those like secondhand Minnie and Mickey Mouse outfits. Oh. Senpai's getting choked up. You can do it.
内科も外科も看護の基本は同じなのに本心では
I'm about to take a photo without your permission. Demand it. The tear she shed streaks down Senpai's cheek.
これからはそんな上辺のことを考えず
I can't wait for the sumo stream so you could actually speak this to my audience and make them
一
die
から勉
laughing.
強しようと思いますので
I'm gonna have to turn off the
ご指導お願いします
I'm gonna have to turn off the filter, the noise filter, so people would actually be able to hear you. Play your cards right, you might get a show. When are you gonna debut? Another round of applause erupts for Senpai after she bows her head. I can imagine your debut videos, just you setting with the microphone, being like, "All right, what's up?" and then farting right next to it. He's talking about that with Snickers, really. You're gonna debut on D Live? She bashfully wipes away her tears. If you do debut, I'm not your brother. Moved to tears, I leap at Senpai, throwing my arms around her. You'd have to. I know.
沢井今度は私も沢井と同じ新人だから私を先輩って呼ぶのはおかしいわそんなことありません私にとって渚先輩はずーっと憧れの先輩なんですから沢井渚先輩
I tightly embrace Senpai and she tightly squeezes me back.
私高校の頃から沢井のことが好きだったの香りって呼んでもいい私も渚先輩のことがもう渚先輩以外何も見えません
This is why she's best girl.
香り私の可愛い香り好きです渚先輩私のこと強く抱きしめ
You
て
but I have paper thin level of irony behind a JPG is heinous shit. Yeah.
そろそろ申し送りを始めたいのだけれどいいかしら
You could just use the Kled one too. You can set it up so that it lights up when you talk. And that's what some people already do. Like Don is in here. He doesn't have his model yet. He's doing well for himself anyway. Can't wait for that model though. When is that debut gonna happen? I remember you talking about that on Twitter, I think. PNG VTubers, yes. Yamanouchi had been dubbing over our embrace behind us, earning a record smack to the head from the chief. Hook to the head. Good grief. She never learns.
では皆さん集まったことですし改めて申し送りを始めます
My name would have to be Gangster Computer Guy. Oh my god, that video is so funny. Don't talk about it anymore. A comforting tension comes over the nurse's station with the chief's usual tone of voice. I glance over at Senpai. Our eyes meet. We exchange a smile with our eyes, then hastily return to noting down the morning's reports information on the night shifts. A week has passed since Senpai came back to our ward. They have since discovered the hazing toward new nurses in surgical ward, creating a huge problem involving the entire hospital. I'm a sentient PNG VTuber, and Ozzy is actually working on my update right now, which is fantastic. It's coming along really good, but I'm getting a little bit of a hair dye job. My hair is going to get a little darker, which I don't mind. Surgical ward's head nurse and chief were fired to take responsibility for the problem. Now conducting a real investigation into it. Which one? Which one what? Internal medicine chief Otsuka spearheaded the investigation, so now she's in the difficult position of not only being responsible for the internal medicine ward, but also taking charge of the surgical ward. Internal medicine's head nurse seems to be helping her out, but she concurrently serves as the outpatient ward head nurse too. It doesn't have time for the surgical ward. Which Leo? Oh. I don't know. Which Leo in the chat is a sentient PNG VTuber, huh? This Leo? You only want to see this Leo. This is the best of the Leos. Not to put the other Leos down, you know, you got King Leo in there, and then regular Leo in there. Then you got Leo Dickinson. We should make a boy band. As for Senpai's bullies, the majority have resigned or were transferred to the home nursing station. Yeah, we can make a boy band. Leo and the Leos. The surgical ward currently has even more temporary and part-time nurses than the internal medicine ward. It seems incredibly chaotic as a result. The lion Leos. The nut munchers. Although Senpai is back now, with internal medicine's chief always absent and Yamanouchi serving as the representative of sorts, we're kept busy because we're so short-staffed. It's so bad I can rarely take a break. Won't be long before the chief old junior comes to Yorigahama to serve as the new surgical ward chief, so this chaos is only temporary. That one wins without a doubt. I will eat walnuts. Nurses from the surgical and internal medicine wards have banded together and are working hard towards the same cause.
沢井、来週の処方箋チェック済んだ？定期処方、今日15時締め切りよ。あ、すみません、今からやります。もう、しっかりしてよね。そんなんじゃいつまでもプリセプターやめられないじゃない。渚先輩がプリセプターじゃなくなるなら、私もうちょっと。
Can you please work seriously? Your hospital's understaffed.
本気で言ってるなら、殴るわよ。
Can't help but imagine someone munching on cum. Listen, man, that's 7 calories. That's 7 calories of protein. Cannot lose your gains. That's why we don't even fap. So we don't lose our gains. Chief entrusted Senpai with the role of being my preceptor again. 1 tablespoon. I heard Senpai turned it down at first, but the chief apparently persuaded her by saying it's best for us to grow and learn together. Still gonna write that autobiography. You have done nothing important in your life yet. Your autobiography will be something that one high school in America makes assigned reading. People will write book reports about it, talking about how shitty and boring the book was, and then that's all. If you eat it, tonal energy change is 0. Well, no, because you lose calories jerking off. Senpai whines that she doesn't like bearing the heavy responsibility of preceptor, but I think she's suited for guiding her juniors whether she admits it or not. The fact that I'm still alive is pretty important to me. Shit, you're right. She's a skilled teacher after all. Then you eat another one? But no, you burn more calories than you would get. Always being scolded though.
I want to hear this one.
Who's roasting who? I already finished my roast. Oh, from someone else? Oh, okay. You only burn calories if you aren't a one-pump chump? Yeah, exactly. You know, for me, it takes like 45 minutes to just get it going. That's a lot of energy. That's a full workout, dude. Pathetic. What, you saying you never watched a jab and edged yourself until the very end of it because those things are fucking 5 hours long? As for Miss Sakai, a donor was successfully found, and it's been decided that she'll be transferred to the university hospital at the start of next week. I've become even busier since I've been put in charge of handling her hospital transfer, but being kind of busy makes me happy. Why the fuck are they so long? You gotta have something to do. I mean, there's the setup, there's the foreplay, the petting, it goes through the whole process. You don't just, it's not like the porn videos where you just, as soon as the video starts, you know, you gotta have the build up. You gotta build up the tension. You get those protein gains. Enough for my underwear rubbing me the right way. Edging was the thing you did the most when you were depressed? Same. Who knew how happy I'd be having Senpai at my side and getting to work together? When are these credits gonna roll? Come on. Miss Sakai is going to be transferred to the other hospital today. Being considerate of Miss Sakai, who says she's too embarrassed to have an escort, we see her off from the hallway.
生きて戻れたら看護学校に復学して卒後の進路はこの病院にしてあげます。
If I survive.
もう何よその上から目線。してあげますじゃなくて。
Electrician is here for one job and it's not fixing the TV. Senpai is upset because she doesn't like the way Miss Sakai looks down on others.
この病院の人手不足は深刻ですものね。
Oh no, I've gotten stuck in the washing machine. Stepbrother, are you back there to help me?
不安ですし。無気生意気な。本当のことを言っただけですから。あなた方って学生の私が不安になるようなスキルと知識しか持っていないんだもん。
Oh no, stepbro. Fuck it, this motherfucker. Hold on. When I was like a freshman in high school and I had my own phone and I knew what the wonders of porn were, I recorded on my camera a porn from Pornhub onto my phone and my fucking asshole brother deleted it. I don't know why you would do that. I mean, it was a shitty blowjob video anyway, but like, this asshole goes onto my phone and deletes my porn. Like, come on. I'll find a really beefed up coworker and I moan that shit behind him just to fuck with me. Ew, she put that wee-wee in her mouth. I'm 12 and what is this? Still haven't forgiven him for it.
むっかー。あんたのその性格も移植のついでに直してもらったら。
Bun Bun pissed on your bed? Did you ever answer my question on whether Bun Bun is a rabbit or a dog or something? Or your girl? Because if it's your girl, then, you know, she's telling you something. They both go quiet at the chief's scolding. Like some methed out porn star who looked like ass you aren't missing it. I was literally like 13 and that was the only thing I had. You did answer it? Oh, then I can't read. I'm sorry. Let me scroll up to see if you're not lying. Hold on. Pet rabbit? I don't believe you. Hold on. Let me hit that button that says your messages. Been over this, mate. She's my bunny. Okay, you answered me. I can't read. I'm sorry. You win this one. I owe you a gift sub. Remind me that I owe you a gift sub for being so stupid. Miss Sakai and Senpai's personalities clash, but they're kind of similar to each other, I think. We named our pet rabbit Bunsy. Miss Sakai looks at me after I said that. Then she snorts. I'll clip it. Go ahead. Pathetic name. I know. What did you name your rabbit, Atlas? You son of a bitch. Good morning, evening, morning. Hello, Gary. How are you doing? You don't have a rabbit? Then why are you making fun of our rabbit names? Say something but you'll ban me so I won't. Got it. Little Miss and Pooh? Little Miss is cute. Hello, Master of Masters 13. Where are the other 12? Someone else. I was in the chat when you followed someone else. And they made that joke too. We shame pet names in this channel. Yeah, there's no kink shaming. There's no, there's no, sports team shaming. We shame pet names. No, but we kink shame though. You coming from Lilybell's stream where she says we don't yuck anyone's yums? I yuck your yum. Attack on Titan is not good. We hate Attack on Titan. The elevator finally comes. Miss Sakai boards the elevator through the open doors. I was shaming cucking. Yes. No, what I was saying was cucking is only good if you're the bull. Your pet names aren't up to par, you get out. You love Attack on Titan? Shut up. What are your cats' names? Tell me all 13 names of your cats. What's wrong with Attack on Nyet? Miss Sakai is strong. You've watched none of it? Good, good. You're on the right side of history, my man. I'm sure she will be just fine. We were able to find a nearly impossible donor, so I'm certain she'll overcome the painful recovery process, too. You lose out on joy. Chief frowns unhappily at Senpai's comment. She seems to have retracted the word Grim Reaper, or reacted to the word Grim Reaper. Everyone's day so far has been wonderful. My day has been fantastic. Ex loved it. That is kind of sus.
そうですね。
Cat's name was Kit Kat. That's cute though. I mean, our guinea pig's name was Romeo. We had I swear to God, we had a hamster and it was black and then white in the middle and then black. It had a black head, white in the middle, and then a black butt, so we called it Oreo. It was the cutest little thing. Senpai is right. Miss Sakai will definitely be okay.
さあみんな仕事に戻りましょう。患者さんは酒井さんだけじゃないのよ。
めんどくさい患者さんも酒井さんだけじゃないのよね。
山之内さん。
The chief's eyebrows sharply draw up at Yamanouchi's remark. I exchange looks with Senpai and we giggle together.
じゃあ酒井さんのドナー
Kit Kat died horribly and in front of you?
始めましょう。
How'd Kit Kat die? Is that a thing? Can we do that? Do what? I'm stupid. Do we shame uwus? Maybe. I gotta think about it.
本人不在っていうのがちょっとあれだけどね。
Atlas says yes, and he's one of my and he is my top donor. So yes, we do shame uwus. Time's up.
いいんです。こういうのは気持ちですから。
Ooh, all the time. Oh, that's a ban. Get the 1 second timeout. Wanna throw hands?
まあ、お酒飲めるなら何でもいいか。ってことで、乾杯
Ban myself.
わーい、乾杯
Tonight we're drinking at home for the first time in a while. It's to celebrate being done with the strain of Miss Sakai's hospital transfer, but I'm glad Senpai happily joined in. Senpai downs a whole bottle in a flash and reaches out for the second, only to suddenly withdraw her hand.
どうしたん
At
です
2
か
root beers today, I'm getting
Mama,
rowdy,
huh?
yeah. I mean, this bitch just shotgunned a beer.
うん。その前に、ちゃんと謝らなくちゃって、そう思って。
Senpai sits up straight, facing me.
乃木さん
Yeah, you haven't apologized for literally sending us harassing messages.
電話やメール使って、怖がらせて、嫌がらせして。本
Throw
当に
hands
ごめ
at
ん。
both of you. Senpai deeply bows her head to me.
やめてください、そんなこと。
Freaking out, it's stuck on your toes. Score trying to convince me to take the BDSM test. Well, me, my brother, and our friend just took it today. And it's hilarious because mine is like this huge scale. And my brother's right here, Normie Exterminator. He has like 9 things at 0%. And then like Primal Hunter, Brat Tamer, 100%. We can compare results. Story might be a little heavy. Well, you don't have to post it if you don't want to. I was just teasing. Like, hey, if you're gonna say that, now you gotta tell us. You don't have to
こう
if
い
you
う
don't
の
want
け
to.
じめつけたいから。
The
だから
boss
ち
and
ゃんと謝
everyone
ら
needs
せ
to know
て。
that. Senpai's straightforward gaze. This part of her hasn't changed one bit since high school. It's the same senpai I loved.
最初はね、怖がらせるつもりじゃなかったの。ただ、
Warned after the
沢井が
fact.
私を頼ってくれた。
Did you?
すごく嬉しくて。
Oh, there it is. She attempted to escalate my new bed that had just arrived, and we hadn't mounted it yet, so the pieces were just sitting there. Her adventure wasn't successful, and she fell on one of the pieces, fell over on her. Oh, that's sad. Ooh, that's rough. Rip your cat, but I'm built different. I'm sorry I had to go through
だんだんエスカレート
that.
してきちゃって。特に外科に移動になってからは、今になって思うと病んでたんだと思う。仕事がうまくいかないことを全部人のせいにして、私
Hate that built
全
different
然
meme.
現
It's so
実
good.
に
It's
向き合おう
bad.
としなかった。
It's so bad. It's good.
内科で認められないのは希望した部署じゃないから。
Built
Demo.
different.
希望の外科へ行っても認められなかった。
Favorite is the stat sheets. Sex offender, homophobic.
私ね、沢井
Got
が
worse.
羨ま
Dad
しか
did
っ
the
たの。
victory dance. He hates cats.
沢井は
Oh,
どこに行って
what?
も可愛がってもらって
That's fucked up. Okay, that's fucked up.
でも
Your dad was happy that the cat got murdered in your bedroom. Shit.
でもね、 私やっと分かったの。私今まで素直さが足りなかった。だから沢井みたいになれなかった。渚先輩
Got Fortnite danced in front of child you.
思い違いを叱られて
Damn.
初めて気
What
づい
the
たの。
fuck?
私は私以外になれないんだって。沢井みたいになろうとしても私は沢井にはなれないんだって。
That's how you assert dominance on your
そん
children.
なことを
You kill their cat, then Fortnite dance on top of it.
だから私これからは私として頑張る。沢井が慕ってくれた渚先輩として。こんなこと言えた身分じゃないけど私のこと嫌いにならないでくれ。
Destroy the child. Corrupt them all.
渚先輩
Got a reason to be this disturbed? Let the cycle continue to the next kid. Your time has come. Oh, I need to refresh my devious sprite. Letting my excitement get the better of me, I lunge towards Senpai and tightly hug her.
嫌いになんかなりません。私渚先輩が好きです。それに謝らないでください。私だって渚先輩に無神経なこといっ
Hurry back,
ぱ
boo.
いしてきました。
I told her about to get sucked. I made the decision to never have kids. Damn.
沢井
Did I send you my ashes? Yikes. Pickle butt bit chunky.
あと
Don't you live in Chile?
私の秘密
Senpai firmly nods. I'll eat your ass with a knife and fork. I'll confess the secret to her that I've never told anyone else. I tell her about how I was in a big accident as a child, about how I barely remember what happened then. Tell her how I think I became afraid of men around that, even though I don't remember what happened.
そうだったんだ。
Yeah, you didn't know that, and you were giving her PTSD attacks, you fucking asshole.
あんなに大げさに騒ぐことじゃないって頭では分かってても、男の人とか暗闇とか。
And you fucking pushed her down the stairs.
私は沢井のトラウマは知らなかったけど、男性恐怖症だってことはうすうす知ってたよ。私本当に最低だよね。本当にごめん。もういいんです。もう終わったことですから。ね、そうでしょ、渚
Is
先
it
輩。
country to Grubhub?
沢井
Gonna send him 30 pizzas? Senpai tightly hugs me.
信じてもらえないかもしれないけど、あの時の沢井を守りたいって気持ちは本当だから。こんな私だけど
Got your pillow? Oh no.
ずっと沢井が好きだったの。
Was it a Daki Makura pillowcase?
ずっと。
Because if not, then you're fine.
こんなこと言っても私のこと嫌わない？
My chest squeezes at her gaze, wavering with uneasiness.
嫌いません。
I flatly declare.
だって私も渚先輩のこと沢井。
Senpai's hand gently caresses my cheeks. I feel her breath against my lips. I abruptly stop her lips with my index finger.
沢井？
Grubbo del Hubbo. She's looking at me with rounded eyes. Just a bland pillowcase? Yeah, you're fine. I flash a grin at
そ
her.
の前に沢井って呼ぶのいい加減やめませんか？
Red flushes her cheeks once she understands what I want. I regret giving your brother my. Why would you do that? He's a fucking freak. Feel compelled to. Yeah, now you have a pen pal.
最後の疑問形はなしがいいです。
You're just gonna send him a letter and it's gonna be nothing but horribly racist, broken Spanish. Hello, El Friendo. How are you El doing today? We are pen pals now. Senpai giggles for
で
me.
渚先輩が甘やかしてくれるから、だから私も思いっきり甘えようって思うんです。かわいい香り。渚
Hola,
先
my
輩
friendo. Donde está el toes?
私でいいの？
She's still anxious, even though we're in the middle of a gentle kiss, so I flash her a smile.
渚先輩
You
が
guys
い
are
いん
having
で
too
す。
much fun in the chat.
渚先輩だからいいんです。
A single tear streaks down Senpai's
可
cheek.
愛いじゃなくて香り。
How am I supposed to sleep like this?
渚先輩。
We tightly embrace
こ
each
れか
other.
らも一緒に頑張っていこうね。
One eye open. Senpai pulls her lips away, but she's still close enough for her breath to touch when she softly smiles at me.
これからもずっと一緒ですよ、渚先輩。
So you mail him a letter, it's just a picture of your own toes. I quickly toss together breakfast and plop it on 2 plates. I pour ketchup on some scrambled eggs. Alright, Coyote's got some good taste. I'll just go ahead and use it to draw a heart. By the time I finish drawing a passionate red heart on the vividly yellow scrambled egg portion of the plate, I can smell the delicious scent of a toasted bread. You didn't give the apartment number?
よし、できた。
Damn.
さて、もう一仕事しなきゃ。
It's 4:11 and I'm awake because Dad had the generosity of giving me another trauma today. Got it. You don't have to open up. Before my eyes is Senpai sound asleep on the bed. 2 years have passed since... Okay. 2-year time skip. Thank you. We're still living in the dorms, spending our lives traveling between each other's rooms. Though if I'm being perfectly honest, it's more like Senpai settled in my room on most days than us visiting each other's rooms. So making breakfast for both of us every morning has completely become my routine. Also made it a routine to do this every day too.
渚先輩、朝ごはんできましたよ。
You still call her Senpai? It's been 2 years. Not trying to let some innocent abuela see my scrumptious toes. Senpai finally opens her eyes after I shake her several times. Press my hand against her forehead, getting a ticklish giggle out of her. I have to check and make sure she doesn't have a fever, because she's the type to push herself to the brink the more people expect of her, and develop a fever as a result. She looks so relaxed and comfortable. The healing hands Senpai envied so much are gone. Perhaps the healing hands had something to do with the girl in those dreams I stopped having, but since she never told me anything, I still don't know the answer. But I currently believe it's okay that I don't know. Because Senpai is in with me right now, telling me my hands, that don't have anything special about them anymore, feel good. Well, my brother could send you an IP grabber, probably get your real name, and then just put that on the letter, and then whoever your receptionist is would just maybe put it in your mailbox, I don't know. Without the ability I had through my healing hands, I lost the convenience of healing Senpai's fever through just touching her. But I never know how amazing it would feel to be accepted without any strings attached. Not that smart and way too lazy. Your real name is on your fucking PayPal. So just donate me $5 and we can get this going. You got some toe picks in the mail, buddy. I never knew how amazing it would be to feel so accepted without any strings attached.
渚先輩、昨日は残業だったんですよね。いつ帰ってきたんですか
3 in the morning.
3時だったかな。昨日のオペが
$5
結
for
局
toe
リオペ
picks.
になっちゃってさ。
Thank you, Shiki. Not my toes. That's right. My toe pics are already on Twitter. That's right. Once Senpai returned to internal medicine, she started exceptionally distinguishing herself from the rest. She was scouted by the new surgical ward chief nurse when she became a capable nurse and took up work in the surgical ward again. According to Chief Otsuka, Senpai is the type to start slow, but once she gets past a certain point, her growth skyrockets. Send any kind of pic for money? The freest money ever? Now I'll send you a picture of my hand. She also said she's the type who grows stronger once she's used to things. And she's being doted on by the new surgical ward chief, putting Senpai on the path to becoming an amazingly capable nurse. Of spending money, on the other hand, I could do without well, my toe pics are already free on the internet. That's my awesome senpai and girlfriend for you. My informant Yamanouchi mentioned she might become a chief nurse next year, or the year after that.
As for Yamanouchi herself, she's still as busy as ever running around working in the chaotic vortex known as our internal medicine ward. Head nurse Tokiwa reached retirement last year, and Chief Otsuka took over her position while concurrently holding the chief position, making her life difficult as ever. Anyone who donates $1,000 will get top shelf jankum. Nice. Is this Boku no Pico? No, it is not Mitsuno. This is, the title is right there. That's such a dumb question. It's Nurse Love Syndrome. Can't you read, idiot? With her back to the wall, the chief asked Yamanouchi to take over the chief position, but was instantly shot down with, "I don't want to do something so annoying." From what I hear, she was afraid she'd chase her away from this hospital if she was too pushy, so the chief has stopped trying to make Yamanouchi the next chief. He's learned the hard way that I'm psycho. I told you not to do it. As for my third year, I'm A-okay not depending on my missing healing hands now. Failed English 3 years in a row, unlucky. Wink. I'm studying hard and am in the middle of polishing my skills as a nurse, as I steadily gain experience. Chaotic days when I didn't know my left from my right are now just a nostalgic memory. Just kidding. He's at your door? Damn. Senpai was always with me back then, but now she's not. Brought the shrooms. Our hearts are connected even if we're not together, so I'm not lonely. Besides, Senpai has really come to shine since joining the surgical ward, and I honestly think it's a good thing. Man, this is 2 nights in a row my average viewership is going to be 40 people, and that's going to fuck up my analytics for a month. Not that I mind. Here's the fire flowers. Hated school too much to fail subjects and prolong my staying in that hellhole. Fair. Should have slept 15 minutes ago. Yes, you should have. Stream do be a lot of fun, though. I'm glad you're having fun. That is a very awesome compliment to get. Silly Senpai, pretending to cry with that spoiled voice. Senpai's eyes instantly snap open.
You
Can we reach the credits, please? It's recently become a routine for me to take Senpai's breakfast when I make mine. That's fine and all, but... Should have died 22 years ago, yet here we are. Bro, same. It's 12:17 at night, someone knocked me out. It is 3:17 where I am. I'm gonna go strong for another hour or so. I look around the room as I wash down my toast with tea. Hope Senpai notices me too. Hello, careless dead. Why are we born? Just to suffer. Should have died 5 years ago. Same. Should have died every single day of my life. But I keep telling God, not today. You'll go prepared to sleep. You're gonna lay down in bed and close your eyes and then not actually sleep. Fire beam or I'll steal your toes. Got it. Let me write that down so I don't forget. Notepad. Raid fire beam if they're still online when I'm done. Senpai's laughing without a care. Keep telling God please, but he doesn't want to look at this comedy show. Wonder if I've spoiled her too much. Okay, it's time to get her back. Every single time I've been at the gates of heaven, God just says I cheated and makes me respawn. Every time I die, God sends me back. He says my job isn't finished. Every night for the past 5 years, I've seen the same face tell me your job is not done yet. And so I must continue to amass my armies and take over the world. Senpai cuddles up to me for attention. Every morning we go to work like this.
私
That's some deep lore.
先輩の部屋で寝たいな。もう香りったら大胆発言。そんなに私と寝たいなんて。そんなこと言ってません。忙しすぎて壊れてませんか？
Senpai wipes the toast crumbs on her lips and gives me a suggestive look.
ところで香り、そろそろ大きいベッド
You
が
haven't
ない
licked a booty from women in every
私半分ですよ。
country. Yep. 193 to go. How many countries are there on the world? This suggestion of hers has come with almost every breakfast.
この部屋に大きいベッド入れたら部屋がベッドで埋まっちゃうでしょ。
200 something? Got it. 200 something to go. I swiftly turn my head aside and reject it. I mean, if we bought a bigger bed, I won't be able to sleep clinging to Senpai anymore. Avoid Brazil. Please come to Brazil. Can we ignore most of them if we take preferences into account? Yeah, that's true. So we go from like 200 something to like 17. I don't want that. She could understand my maiden's heart desire to sleep snuggled up to my love. Sheesh, Senpai is such a dullard. K-pop stans really want BTS to go to Brazil. We hectically get ready for work together, leave the dorm together, and walk the roads we're used to commuting by. The only difference from usual is that both of us are wearing our white nurses' uniforms.
更衣室によって着替えるのは面倒だよね。
We live close to the hospital and it shortens the time. She didn't say any of this. I restlessly scan our surroundings while I walk beside Senpai, who's casually strutting around in her white nurse's uniform. Brazilian K-pop community is a shit show. I wouldn't know and I don't want to know.
大丈夫。内科の大塚主任はこの時間は病棟にいるから。あの人ほんと真面目だよね。
Senpai boldly walks the streets. Mordekaiser is numero uno in Brazil. Wait. It's not fair when I'm this terrified.
そういや香り、初出勤の日に寮から白衣着てきてたよね。知らぬが仏とはい
How
え。
messed up is the community we have here.
もう忘れてください。
K-pop stans, please leave the premises. Get out! Everybody get the fuck out! I remember what happened on my first day and sullenly turned my face away. One other time yelling people that don't. Kim Jong-un is the hottest man in existence of hot men. Armies anywhere, just a plague, yeah.
そういえば、もう新人の季節ね。そうですね。その節は大変お世話になりました。なんだか懐かしい気もしますね。
I heartily think back on it. Back then, my days were full of the unknown and constant studying, which was really hard for me. Brazil is scary, but what if there was a gulag in Brazil? Difficulty level hasn't changed much with the new part-timers and temporary workers, and the difficult patients I'm entrusted with.
懐かしい。
Y'all know what I meant, I bet.
言ってられなくなっちゃうかもよ。
14-year-old white girls do the same shit. I mean, let's just put them all together, and then let nature give them all heat stroke. Senpai looks at me with mischievous eyes.
あの子、内科が取ったんですって。最終的には本人の希望が聞き届けられたみたい。
My taste in K-pop is unrivaled in your playlist. Yes, it does. Who is that girl? No, twice. You beat me to it. For that matter, Senpai's current expression is...
あの子って、もしかして。
Favelas.
移植もうまくいって復学したあの子。今年無事に卒業して看護師になるらしいわよ。
That girl's face pops into my head.
優秀な子だから内科と外科で取り合いになったけど、最終的に本人の強い希望もあって内科が勝ったらしいわね。
Favelas are aesthetically pleasing compared to gulags. That girl has actually always been on my mind. I mean, she was the first patient I was ever put in charge
面
of.
接したのうちの主任だったんだけど、あの性格数倍磨きがかか
At
って
least
る
they
み
look
たいだ
pretty
し。
decent, dude.
4月から大変かもね。
You don't know when you're
内科さんは
walking and get killed by activating the flashlight of your phone? Jesus. Strong emotions slowly rise from deep within my chest.
いじめられないように頑張らなきゃ
I
ね。
know where I'm vacationing. Gonna walk around Brazil at night. Yeah! days spent with that girl rush back to me. We first met in the outpatient ward, and boy did she let me have it. She humiliated me from the— yeah, we know who we were talking about. I'm not going to go over this again. I'm so glad her transplant succeeded. I'm also overjoyed I get to see her again. But
渚先輩、もし私がいじめられたら後で慰めてくださいね。しょうがないわね、香織は。
Please come to Belo Horizonte. I like to see it. Cause be like, I'm a top. You bet be on top of your school world. To Kill a Mockingbird is a great book. That do be like.
everything before my eyes hasn't changed, but there's so much that has, including me. I softly lay my hand on my chest. I can no longer hear the voice that called for me. Nobody shows up in my dreams anymore either. I've also lost my healing hands. What's wrong with Lord of the Flies? Lord of the Flies is a good book. Senpai grins at me and takes my hand. I lost the ability to heal everyone, but that's okay with me. The desire to heal everyone will never leave me. Plus, I'm polishing up on my skills and knowledge to make that desire come true. See the N-word so you sweat a little when you see it on the page, yeah, right? That was, yeah, that was a funny story about that. And, we were reading the play Fences in class, and literally the first word is the N-word. And I asked my teacher, like, is it okay to curse? And she's like, if you're not comfortable cursing, then you don't have to. So 14-year-old me is like, yeah, I'm cursing. It's like, what? It's in the book. Besides, Senpai is now here to heal me like this all the time. Yep, Senpai's hands are the healing hands in my life. I'll become the healing hands meant only for her, too. I may have said it with enough conviction to raise eyebrows. I was just getting into character, I swear. English school curriculum makes you read Huckleberry Finn, but the school forgot the versions without the N-word. That was in 3rd grade. I read a book that had the N-word in it, and my mom saw that and she's like, don't say that word out loud. I'm just like, okay. I didn't know what it meant because I was a dumbass 3rd grader. It's like, thinking back, it's like, what the— why did they make us read that? Cherry blossom petals ride on the warm spring breeze and softly dance through the air. We secretly bring our faces closer, our cheeks closer, in the cover of the fluttering downpour of the cherry blossom petals. We smile at each other after the blissful soft touch. Then we join hands once again and hurry off together. Our destination is our stations inside, our respective wards inside Yorigahama General Hospital. A clip will be seen sooner or later. You can post your clip in the Clippies channel in my Discord. Maybe I should have screamed Atticus as an N-word lover line. That may have been a bit much. Hey, that's a rabid mod. We're headed to the location where Senpai and I, as well as everyone else in the nurse uniforms, will be. Adults that handle children get to know the secret that we don't. It tells us why traumas are a must for kids, right? Please don't tell me there's more. I wanted to be done with this. There's more. My heart pounded a bit, but we managed to get to the hospital from the dorm without anyone questioning us. I turned to Senpai beside me and she winks as if to say, see, that wasn't so bad. How many times have I walked from the dorm all the way to the ward with Senpai like this now? In my server, and now I'm afraid to be in the same server as your brother. Mod's gone rogue. I'm sure we'll be able to keep on going to work together too. But we can only stay together until we get to the stairs. Wanted me to bite, you said so in your own words. Listen, what you guys do in your DMs, that's on you. After feeling someone tackle me in my back, someone grabs my head from behind.
仲悪かったらあんたらリアルロミジュリアで。
Why are you saying it here?
だったら私と香りの力で外科と内
Yo,
科の
don't lead on my
関係を
viewers,
修復してみせますよ。
brother.
おうおう言うてくれるやんけ、牛沢のくせに。
I have as many shits to give as I do
その呼び方
girlfriends.
やめてくださいってずっ
Zero.
と言ってるでしょ。
What happens in the high school wrestling room stays in there.
そんなんあんたがもうも言うからやろ。
Momo.
悔しかったら自分の口癖直さんかいな。
Yeah, but I'm boyfriend. No, I'm car.
さっきからグリグリして痛いじゃないですか。おう、牛2号が現れた。コマンド？わけわかんないこと言わないでください。それに私の渚先輩をいじめるのは許しません。
Alright, I have to go to the bathroom and get myself some more water, so I will be right back.
Enjoy the music and fight amongst yourselves. I don't give a shit.
Yo, those barbecue pork rinds, fuck. They're so good. You walk from the East Coast to Chile. Music is about to turn me violent if it keeps going for much longer. Make a pilgrimage to Portal. Okay.
うわ、さわいい。今日から3年目になるからってめっさ可愛いないこといいな。香りすごく嬉しいんだけど、それからすごく言いにくいんだけど。
Chattons can leave a toothbrush. Yeah, they can. They can come back tomorrow.
そろそろ3階に行かないと。
I do like these shrimp chips though.
三角になるんじゃないかしら。
I'd invite him over for I'd invite him out to breakfast.
渚先輩、また後で。もう
Call her an Uber after we get lunch. Yeah.
山之内さんのせいですからね。口動かすより足動かさんかい。
We're not gonna share your address, don't worry.
おはようございます。
Ask for a donation in return of that legally considered extortion? Probably.
詰め所に駆け込んじゃって。
Wait a minute, I wasn't the only one who ran into the station, right? Yamanouchi, you did the exact same thing. Spent a good while looking for the toe pics on my Twitter? What you mean, cousin? Go to media. Scroll down. Should be from like mid-August, I think. Let me see. Now you're bothering me. Now I'm gonna find it. No, yep, there's the porn. There are a lot of PNGs that I dropped on other people's tweets. Hold up a sec. Yeah, just have to scroll down really far because I post a lot of pictures. Because it's me standing on a scale. I definitely posted them a while ago. July? See, I was home in July. Didn't find it. I'll keep looking. No, I'll find it. I'll find it. Oh, there's a hand. There's one of my hands. It was July 17th. Let's see pictures of my anime girls, my tire, my breakfasts. I definitely do have toe pics on here because there's a picture of me stepping on the scale and the scale says 178. Why isn't it here? This is bothering me now. I didn't delete it. Where did it go? Oh, there it is. No. No, where are my toes in that one? Damn it. Alright, you're right. You beat me. I can't find my toe pics. It is Leo that had to convince me to take that test. How did it go? Or did you post your results already? Was it in the not safe for work media chat? Not safe for work general. Where are you posting it? And or announcements. Got it. Don't care. Post mine if you post yours. Did it in the Patreon chat? Loser. Wait a minute. Oh, I read that already.
山之内さん、沢井さんをからかうのはそれくらいにしてあげて。
It's my duty to lullaby my brother to sleep. Alright. Whoa, that's wild. You want me to read it out loud? Atlas for the class? Like happened on July 12th? Oh, I don't remember. 2 days after my birthday. Sure, why not, he says. Alright, we'll go from the bottom to the top. 3% degradee, 9% masochist, 23% non-monogamist, 32% boy-girl, 36% rope bunny, 40% pet, 46% brat, 46% age play, 48% primal prey, 50% vanilla, 50% brat tamer, 56% owner, 59% slave, interesting, 62% primal hunter, 63% sub, 63% rigger, right next to sub, also interesting. Everything below, like 80% doesn't matter though. 75% experimentalist, 80% daddy, okay, 80% dom, 86% master, 92% degrader, 100% sadist, voyeur, exhibitionist, and 100% switch somehow. Okay. Chief looks so exasperated. Yamanouchi is sneering away, and behind the chief is...
お変わりなくて何よりです。と言うべきか。相変わらずで呆れました。と言うべきか。
Atlas do be fucking in the park. Atlas angry sex in public.
笑えばいいと思うよ。
Kino.
はいはい。お遊びはその辺で。バイトさんたちも夜勤さんも揃ったし、ちょっと早いけど申し送りを始めます。
Or anything else. That's anything else. Every single one of my streams is a special event. What do you mean, cuz?
その前に、
Atlas, I like you. In what way?
仲間を紹介したく思います。以前からのスタッフは顔見知りですが、知らないスタッフもいるので、酒井さん、自己紹介をお願いします。
With that, Sakai herself takes a step forth from behind the chief. She's more calm than any newbie has the right to be, and she's quietly looking around at all of us.
はい。酒井さゆりです。以前この病院で治療していただき、やっと恩返しできることになりました。
Give me a sec. Oh, hold on. I have to save.
セーブしました。
I'm gonna come back to this. We're gonna finish the good ending after we do the bad ending. We're gonna do the bad ending now. Who wants to see the Yandere literally jump off the deep end? I want to see it. Woo! Bad ending. Hype! Need 100% Brad in my life so you can Batista bomber into the coffee table. Alright, we're gonna do the bad ending for Nagisa before we keep reading the good ending. Kill, kill, ha ha. Go, my goons. I'm miserable, so the more people to join the club, the better. You should have the opposite mindset. Stop being miserable, forehead. No, but really. You have to... If you do have an issue like that, and you have to want to get better, is the thing. Let's see. I'm not running away. Having a seizure when you started fast forwarding. Girls looks at me with quiet eyes, so I say it again. She just lets out a sad chuckle.
わからないの。何がそうやってあなたが逃げることがあの子を追い詰めることになるのに。
Leaving those cryptic words behind, the girl vanishes, not letting me say anything without either of us understanding each other. We'll get to it, we'll get to it.
あなたが優しいからかも。
I managed to put on a smile. Because I can't worry a girl this young. Yeah, I'm no good.
私ね、いろいろ失敗だらけなの。
The girl listens to me, her face neutral.
なりたくてなった職業なのに指摘されるまで自分がどうすればいい
Come
の
on,
か
keep going. How many more
分かってなかったの。
how many more synonyms you got?
自分のダメさ加減にほんとへこんじゃう。
Not emoting in any way, the girl just keeps on looking up at me.
あなたの人生よ。あなたの思う通りに生きればいいわ。
Yeah, spank the monkey is a dude thing. When I look down to her, she's already gone. Let me help you with the Chilean ones? Ooh. Getting some Chilean slang. Shora empanada. I like that. I've heard concha before.
どうしてあなたには聞こえるの？
Drill just keeps her eyes squarely on my face.
どうしてあなたには聞こえないの？
Think about doing a collab with Yuma? I've explained this several times, but well, I'm happy to explain it again because I love hearing the sound of my voice. I don't think Yuma likes me, which is why I left her Discord server. Because after interacting with her a lot, she never said she didn't like me, but there were a lot of little things that she would do. Like, in some instances, she would completely ignore me when I tried to talk to her. In some instances, she would, put down my suggestions if I were trying to suggest something, or she would disregard my advice if we were in the advice chat. And then, the straw that broke the camel's back was I was in her stream and she didn't mention me until like 3 other people mentioned my name. She asked how I was doing, then she didn't respond, and then she just ignored me completely. So I said, alright, fuck it, she doesn't like me. So, no, I will not collab with Yuma. And, it's not something that I don't think it's a big deal. It's just like and it's something that I made fun of my mom for it, because when she divorced my dad, she said, like, if I go somewhere that he's been, I feel like I can feel his aura and I get like icky about it. And I would make fun of her like, oh yeah, you could feel dad's aura, but like I kind of get it, because it's like if someone else mentions Yuma, it's just like, oh, it's like, makes me uncomfortable. And it's, even if they don't know, because, like, when I joined the Kitsune Cafe team, the dude who I joined said, like, hey, you should join the Iron Lions, too, you're a lion. And I'm like, yeah, nah, I don't think Yuma likes me. And I'm not gonna sugarcoat it, I'm not gonna lie, I think she doesn't like me. If she doesn't like me, then, okay, that's fine. There are a million other people I can get along with, I don't need her to like me. There's 2 people. Well, the thing is, too, I looked up to her and I respected her as a VTuber and a streamer, because I thought she's entertaining. I enjoyed her streams. I enjoyed her company, but to not have that reciprocated really hurt. And then on top of that, to have her start ignoring me and to have her start putting me down, it was like, okay, this is very hurtful and I'm just gonna leave. So, I left. You'll pass her in popularity. No, I won't. She has boobs. But still, she just stares at my face. All she does is speak in riddles and never tell me anything. Yeah, we've seen that. So that's why when I was collabing with Revel and Case, they mentioned that Yuma and Nitori are also playing Craftopia, and they said, oh, we should get them in on it. So I have to let them know, because they don't know. It's something that new people will pop in, say, hey, there's another lion, it's Yuma. And it's like, yeah, she doesn't like me. So I have to let them know too, like, don't invite Yuma, because even if she says yes, I would be made uncomfortable, and I don't want to be there. The lions don't get along. I wanted to be friends. I was just another name in her Discord. Let's see. What do you mean? Channel your inner lion and eat her nuts. Jump the Yandere. Oops, she jumped. Well, we're getting there. Girl looks up at me with eyes tired from crying. This isn't a conversation. I let out a small sigh and crouched down before the girl. Yeah, eat her dick! We've seen that. There hasn't been any new dialogue except for immediately after the questions. Did she splat? Oh, I don't know. Not yet. Let's see. The world will see who the real alpha of the pride is. I don't know right now. Then the only thing I can do is ask someone who does know. I deeply bow my head. Makes it weird though, because I mentioned I had found her during that Craftopia stream. Yeah. Judging by the girl's expression, she seemed to be hesitating a bit. Well, I did say, like, oh yeah, she exists, and then I kind of brushed it off. Judging by the girl's expressions, she seems to be hesitating a bit. As soon as I raise my head, the girl is gone. Yeah, it's like... That's what happened earlier today. I fell asleep. I took my nap during Lorelei's stream. I'll do this in a sec because it goes to the roof. I took my nap during Lore's stream, and then, you know, I'm semi-conscious, so I hear, oh, we're gonna raid this person, and then that person ends and they raid someone else, and then they raided Yuma, and I wake up to Yuma, and I'm like, okay, let's turn this off. I don't want to hear this. Alright. We're going to the roof. We're going to the roof! Wait, she doesn't jump? Oh? You're acting like she's your ex or something? Don't give her that luxury. I mean, yeah, you're right. Well, we'll see. We'll see. She didn't jump, but we'll see what happens next.
そろそろいいかしら。今日は風が少し強い。
沢井が帰る頃には、私復活でき
She
て
doesn't do a flip on rioting. Start rioting.
もう無理しちゃダメですよ、渚先輩。沢井を私だけのものにできるって思ったら、もう無理でも何でもしちゃう。
Starts rioting.
ダメ。
She says psych and backflips. That's what I'm thinking.
帰ってきたら思う存分。ね。
Well, we gotta see what this bad ending is. It's gonna come soon.
そうね。私と沢井。
Oh?
二人だけで。
She's killing us both.
ずっと。
She's gonna kill us both.
思う存分。ね。
She's gonna kill us both. Oh! Did you see her face? With that, I leave Nagisa in my room and go to work. In the ward, Yamanouchi is going around the ward in place of the chief. The phone in my hand says I have a new message. I hurry and look. This is from
今
Maloke,
鎌倉にい
baby.
るから来て。いつもの改札で待ってるから。
Murder, murder, murder. I don't really know how it happened, but Senpai woke up. I'm so glad she's recovered enough to go out. Whoops, I need to send her my response.
お返事お返事。急いで行きます。
Shoot her and then kill herself. She's gonna push us. This might be a gruesome ending. I'm waiting for it. She's gonna push us. She's gonna push me in front of the train, I swear to God. I'm so looking forward to this. Same. Saw Best Buy ad one time and there were two kids tilting a 360 controller as if it had gyro. I opened my eyes. Can't see a thing. Because my eyes are currently being covered. I don't know where I am. I can hear the occasional crash of waves in the distance. It's an empty, unfamiliar room. Oh, those familiar footsteps are... Anyone have a replacement raid? Alright, let me give you your refund. Someone enters the room. Lead the raid. Where is it? I'll refund you. My favorite scent wafts towards me. Oh, what the fuck? Alright, I thought we were gonna die. I wanted to die, to be honest. I'm tightly embraced, being wrapped in the warmth that the tension seeped from my body.
寂しかったでしょ。明日はお休みだから一緒にいようね。
I try to speak, but remember my throat hurts so much that I can't. I give a firm nod. The chain attaching my neck to something makes a slight clanking noise. The person still hugging me tells me all about what happened outside today.
ちょっと困ったことが起こっちゃったの。主任がね、香りの実家に連絡しちゃったみたいなの。今、内科の詰め所は大騒ぎみたいよ。
Internal Medicine's nurses station.
山之内さんは私を疑ってるみたい。今日もわざわざ外科にまで香りの行方を聞きに来たわ。
Yamanouchi.
もちろんごまかしておいたけれど、ちょっと厄介かもね。
Because
あ
it's
の人も
hers.
主任も変に顔は鋭いから。
She belongs to her.
ああ、でも香りが心配することはないのよ。香りが私の言う通りにしていてくれれば、ずーっと一緒にいられるからね。大好きよ。私の香り。
I like how there's question marks. She gives me a sweet kiss. It's a gentle kiss from the person I love and adore. What should I do? I know I should run away. I logically understand this lifestyle is bad for me, but I want to be with Senpai forever. I want to stay this way with her forever. I suddenly regain consciousness. I open my eyes, but my surroundings are too blurry to make anything out. The footsteps are. I feel like I've had a very long dream. Yeah, I'm upset there's no murder.
眠っていたのね。ごめんね、起こしちゃって。
Not even some lesbian. Yeah, right? Just this pet play nonsense. Gently open the door. A person gently holds me up, acting as if I'm something easily breakable, and like nothing has changed. I can hear the clank of a chain at my feet. I thought there was gonna be murder. I was looking forward to murder. You saw the look in her eyes. I thought there was gonna be murder. I'm very disappointed. My voice isn't coming out right. Pet play, it's different! Only a barely audible hoarse voice comes from my throat that was burned by the drug. But my desire to convey my feelings helps me string those words together. The lingering memory of my dream makes my body feel like it's on clouds. The chain attached to my legs is still there. I wouldn't go anywhere if this wasn't here, though. Besides, my legs have grown too weak to run away. Isn't this what they call muscle atrophy? Yeah, that's the right word. But this is a tad different. This is what they call disuse syndrome. Cold hands touch my forehead and gently brush my cheeks. Now that I think about it, how long has it been since I moved to this room with Senpai? I heard my family put in a missing person report with the police, but I wonder what happened after that.
香りの熱なかなか下がらないね。大丈夫です。これくらいの熱。
Senpai is all that's in front of my darkened vision. I can no longer see anything other than her.
渚先輩。私。
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, it's still fucked up, but like, I wanted something harder. I reach out my arms. Senpai tightly embraces me.
私もよ、香り。
I did see that, and you don't have to redeem that either. I saw him go live.
私たちはこれからもずっと一緒にいるわ。
I wanted blood too.
香りがいるから、私どんなに辛くても頑張れるのよ。私だけの香りが、私が仕事から帰ってくるのを待ってくれてる。
What will sate the bloodlust now? I don't fucking know.
私すごく元気になるの。
Well, there was a double suicide in the purple-haired girl's bad ending, so...
はい。大好きです。
She rains gentle kisses on
大
me.
好きよ。香り。
What do you mean, wait, what?
私も。
But I didn't see it. Well, you should have been here, asshole. That's your own fault. You can check the VOD on my YouTube. The raccoons in the neighborhood know how pissed I am. We love each other. It was against my wishes to be locked away at first, but now I'm very happy. Senpai is my everything. And I'm Senpai's everything. Senpai only has eyes for me. And all I have to do is just have eyes for her. A world made up of just us is right here. Yet, I'm so sorry, Senpai. This room is too dark. I'm having a hard time making out your face. My fingertips are numb. My senses have gone far away. I'm having a hard time enjoying your precious kisses.
ずっとここにいてくれる。
I hear Senpai's voice in the
ず
distance.
っとここにいさせてください。大好きよ。香り。私も愛しています。
Did I get the words out alright? Did I convey my feelings to Senpai? I love you, Senpai. But please, let me sleep now. Just for a bit. I'll return to my normal healthy self after a bit of sleep. Let's kiss a lot once I wake up, Senpai. Feel nothing, only numbness. Good night. Until then. It's an implied death. Yeah, it's an implied death, but like, I wanted murder. I'm a little disappointed.
白衣性恋愛症候群リセラピー。
That's why she's worst girl. She can't even murder. Did you hear that? What the fuck was that? Did you hear her like chuckling? What? No, I feel hollow. I mean, she was murdered. I wanted a knife. You saw all the signs. She's yandere as shit. She fucking... I'm disappointed. I'm a little disappointed. We're gonna go back to the good ending though. Actually, it's 4 a.m. We got the bad ending. We're gonna finish the good ending tomorrow. Feels like something railing lines of Coke could fix. Yeah, right? I'm a little disappointed. And by a little disappointed, I mean very disappointed. I want a 32K polygon toothbrush. Problem is that you made unrealistic... My expectations are not unrealistic because I've played through the sequel, and it is so much more off the wall than this. So I thought that this game was going to be just as off the wall, but it's not. But at the same time, because I accidentally played the sequel first, it's understandable that it's not as off the rails. So, understandable. I mean, it's still an uncomfortable ending. Oh wait, actually, let me
白衣性恋愛症候群リセラピー
You hear that? That's creepy. I don't know who that is. I think that's her. I don't know. But yeah. The purple-haired girl. We're still missing a scene here. We're still missing some scenes. But yeah, what do you call? Where's the purple-haired girl? We're still missing scenes everywhere. Alright, purple-haired girl's bad ending was her bone marrow transplant goes wrong. Her white blood cells start attacking her body, so she's going to die. So she comes back to the beach, and then Cowdy, after she dies in Cowdy's arms, Cowdy walks out to sea and kills herself. So this was very uncomfortable. This was very uncomfortable for me. And then Ami fucked me up. Cause Ami's, you know, entire thing is that she plays this keyboard instrument, and that's her thing. That's her lot in life. Her entire story revolves around every time she plays this, something bad happens. So she is like very scared of herself. So in the bad ending, she falls and breaks her wrist, so she can never play this again. She can never play her instrument again. And she comes over to your place to practice because every time she practices at home, her mother is crying because, you know, it just sounds like shit. She can't actually play the instrument anymore. So she comes over and it's like, oh, it's a reminder of how terribly I fucked up her entire life, because now she has to live like this, where she has no friends because she got kicked out of the school because she was there to play the instrument. It's pretty tragic. And then this bad ending is, it's pretty kinky. This bad ending, there is an explanation for it. This bad ending is, Yamanouchi has major trust issues. So, in order to get her to love you, you do everything she wants. Oh, she'll love me if I do everything for her, so she becomes your master. And she makes you wear cute leather. Look at her belly button, it's cute. Bad endings into shit are bad. This is not even the craziest thing. This is not even the craziest thing. Hold on. Because, again, going back to Nurse Love Addiction, the sequel to this game, in one of the bad endings, there's a lot of plot and conspiracy involved, and what happens is the girl that you're in love with dies because she was stabbed by, you know, government agency, whatever. And after she dies in your arms, you take her body back to your room, chop it up, and eat it. That's the bad ending in the sequel. For one of the girls. So, this is not even close. This game is not even close. This game is just straight up not even close. What rationalizes that? I have no fucking clue. Crazy anime bitches. But we are gonna be done for the night. My love is dead time to eat her. Yes, right? Display capture away. Move myself over. Alrighty. I would be crying. Listen, I almost cried during Ami's bad ending. So there was that. But we still have to finish her good ending. We have to do her endings, and we still have not seen her. She is a hidden character that we have not unlocked. We've been playing this game for 40 hours and we haven't seen this character. Where the fuck is she? So, we gotta do this. We gotta finish this shit. Tomorrow night, we're gonna finish up bitch over here. Yandere. Oh. Sorry. We've done her good ending. We need to finish the chief. She's a hidden character. We don't know. No, you. We don't know. So anyway, tomorrow I have a pretty big schedule. Tomorrow at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I'm going to play Fall Guys with Heidi, who is a sweetie. She was in the chat earlier. She's lovely, and I can't wait to play with her. At 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I am going to be in a big collab that I have organized with a little bit of help from Yoro. And we are going to be playing, if I can pull up the schedule, we're going to be playing Project Winter, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm going to be playing with Alex Akihabara, Yoro, Kukushi, Pablo, Responsible Senpai, Lorelai, and Lilybell. So upset you'll be... Well, the VOD will be available on YouTube. Don't worry about it. And then at midnight, again, I'm streaming 3 times in one day because I'm fucking insane. I am going to be finishing up Nagisa's good ending for the thing. So that is the plan. And I will leave you... Yeah, I know it's not the same. You're not going to be there to torture us and call Lily a bitch and have her say, no, fuck you, asshole, you're the bitch. And then you won't be dropping 50 bombs in my chat every time Lily makes you laugh. I get it. So, yeah, that is the plan for tomorrow. Please, I appreciate it if everyone will be there. Tell your friends. Tell everybody to be there. Hey, bitches Markies thing. Alrighty. But that is going to be it from me. We are going to be raiding Pack the Goblin because he raided us yesterday. And I was telling him that I wanted to raid him, but he ended early. So today we are going to raid Pack the Goblin. Pack the Goblin is playing Brawl Hollow. Would you look at that? We were just making fun of that game earlier. So we're going to go into his chat. We're going to start a mosh pit. Started a mosh pit. And it's going to be fantastic. Yes, here's your raid message. Leo started a mosh pit. Go to bed, Portal fan. It's been too late for you. It's 5 in the morning. Alright, thank you very much for being here. I have a very big schedule tomorrow, very packed schedule tomorrow, and I'm ending early tonight so I can get some sleep. I will catch you cats later. And thank you for modding, Shiki.